Okay, let's get back into Dominions. And by back into it, I mean doing what we always do, which is spend at least an hour thinking about who we're going to be playing as and what we're going to do with them. So let's start with precisely that. I can't even remember how. I think we'll do a regular free-for-all with old and newly random created nations. I run with a mod called Nation Gen. What it does is it creates a bunch of random nations in addition to the vanilla ones, so you get the likes of Abyssia with their blood and fire, their Abyssians, scorching hot humanoids, brandishing heavy armor and heavy weapons, but being very short-lived because the heat just ages their bodies rapidly. Speaking of all the old people we have around here. And then likes of Cetus, disgustingly powerful reptilian individuals in their disgusting swamp. Love playing as Cetus, love bringing in elite slave warriors and sending them in to kill. But we won't be playing any of that because I've played the vanilla nations to death. I am more interested in the custom nations that we have. I got 30 of them. So I'm going to have to run through them very quickly and figure out who we're going to play as, and I'll leave it to random chance who we play against. Merker says that they're sick and they're laying in bed. They say that this will be the perfect stream to nap to. Well, I hope it's not a feverish sickness. Because if I were in your position and I was laying in bed listening to somebody prattle on about the various cults that we have inside Dominions, I think it would lead for some extremely disturbing fever dreams. And sometimes I enjoy my fever dreams, but other times I'm just locked in an endless struggle with Perfect Cell, and it doesn't go well for me. Right, so I haven't checked out all of these nations. It'll be a surprise to me what we're dealing with. We've got giant elephants. They're powerful, but I don't just find them very interesting to play as, because you usually just find your most powerful elephant, like this guy, the Eternal Ice Destroyer, and you clock out as many of them as you can, fluff them up as much as you can, and just stomp your way to victory. I love elephants. They're my favorite animal in real life, and unsurprisingly, I enjoy playing as them here, but even so, I think that would be an interesting foe to fight against rather than as. Do you have the all ages in middle, or do you play with only MA vanilla factions? I only play with MA vanilla factions. I used to have a mod that actually shoved everybody, even old and new, into the middle. I don't have it here for whatever reason. Maybe I'll bring it back at some point. This is obviously not a very well prepared run of Dominions. I was truly unsure who would win between Dominions and Slay the Spire. Right, what do we have here? The Kalins. So we've got these winged humanoid creatures. Because of the wings, they're slightly larger and take up more space per square, so you get 2 to a square rather than 3. What do we have here? We've got ambidextrous sword-wielding flying individuals. Those could be back row blenders, especially when fighting in cold, because the ice armor they have will bolster their protection. Not only that, it's magical, so it can't be rusted and destroyed. What about their flak? Flak? Well, their rank and file, whatever you want to call it. Pretty low defense skilled individuals here. I got no problem with the rank and file. Ooh, especially if you get long spear rank and file. Good for repelling your foes. I mean, I've never much loved playing as Kalins, but that's because I've tried them and been destroyed as them. Anyway, they have Death and Astral and Air. And Earth, it seems. Ooh, Earth and Air. Jings, this guy could do some high-level air evocations. Very high-level air evocations. The Exarch of the Galeheart mechanisms. I do like playing air every now and then. My wife says that you sound American. I must say I don't hear it. I've heard that plenty of times. People tell me, oh, you sound American. I don't think any Scot would mistake me for American, so I don't know what to make of that. It's been a year since Dom, says Darth there. The chat hungers. Oh, very good. Oh, now I immediately like the look of this one. Avites and Primates. I love Primates. And look at this big bastard, the overgrown Lunaris. He is poisonous to the touch. So if you try and engage this guy with a weapon that is a short sword or shorter, then you're going to eat poison. He has a very good short sword of his own. It's only length 1, because he's so huge, he gets extra length added to it. Let's see, he can recuperate, so afflictions that he takes are not all that permanent. He is very well protected, holy smokes. How are you so well protected? It's because he's got a good Hoburg on, and his thick primate hide affords him natural protection 12. This guy is a beast, and accordingly, he costs a lot. Downsides of this guy, even for a primate, his skills are actually quite good. Even his magic resistance is quite good, again, for a primate. Primates typically have low morale, low magic resistance, and their skills are a bit bleh. But to make up with it, they are strong, they usually have good hit points and natural protection. Various things that elevate them above humans. He's old as balls, but these primates apparently can live to be as old as several balls, so good for them. This guy's amazing. And wait, what was this? They're masters of shape-shifting and turned into werebears. Well, I'm already quite liking the look of Zishai here. What about their rank and file? Leom says, my favorite faction is Phaeacia. I've never seen you try them. Great thug chassis. I'm more into the random gens these days. I've played a fair few of, but not all of, the vanilla nations, especially early age I don't tend to play much of. Middle age is just the best balanced in my opinion. The rank and file bandars, the primates, seem pretty good here. Long spears, shields, Hoburgs, no head protection, but they have natural protection for their heads. Not much, but it's some. And given that they're size 4, their heads are harder to hit by smaller wimps. Oh, but hang on, I say too much, because here we have a guy that brought a leather cap along, in addition to his length 4 spear. Skills are mediocre, but that's what you expect from rank and file. 13 gold upkeep. It's quite high for rank and file. Of course, you could just go sword and shield, which is a bit more damage. I've never been a big fan on using projectiles in Dominions 5, even less so in 6. But even so, you know, this guy, he can do a lot of longbow damage, and then when he engages, he's still hitting you pretty hard with a falchion. No shield on him, so his defense suffers a bit. But only a bit. What about the Avites that we have here? A slinger with a morning star, even more expensive though. And then a javelin user with a maul. Oh, now that's going to tear apart a thug if you can land a hit with it. All in all, very good foot troops. What about their mages that we have here? Wow, for your top tier mage, you don't have very good skills, very good magic paths, do you? A real random shot, and I'm not a big fan of that. Oh yeah, that's some weak mages you got here. You got 1 nature, 2 nature, and 1 blood. I'm struggling to think of nature blood cross paths that I could use. You die to a lot of things. You're very expensive. But you are sacred, right? Sacred's worth something. Okay, this would not... Oh, hang on. They have a pact to the Tainted Earth. They can animate the Tainted Earth into battle. Oh, very good. How about their priest? He can call back a god faster. Okay, well, I don't want my god to die, but if it does, that becomes easier. Ooh, animals have increased morale when under the command of the Castilian. And are you an animal? You are not an animal. Okay, so the primates... Hold on. The lower primates are animals, but this particular evolved specimen does not consider himself an animal. Well, he's sacred for a reason, right? But that still means that the Castellan can have a very, very good leadership over our everything. So he's an excellent leader. Oh, that is good. That's all the more reason to lean into... But I'm focusing a lot on this nation because I'm quite interested in... All right, Zishai. Try and remember that Zishai is interesting to me. Right, humans and Hoburgs. Hoburgs are tiny and very fragile. Tend to be quite cheap, but unless you are massing projectiles with, say, fire arrows, I don't tend to be very interested in them. Because he brandishes a stick. He's ambidextrous, but he still doesn't want to show it off much. He uses a single stick here. He'll be hard to hit, but if you sneeze on this guy, he dies. Anyway, we're looking at fire, air, glamour. I don't use glamour much. I really need to get more comfortable with that magic path. Will you have a vote on the faction? No, I'll just choose one. I don't like overdoing votes, and Zishai is the frontrunner for me right now. I do like pale ones. They tend to have pretty poor combat stats, but are very tanky. Now this guy, case in point, look at that. Attack skill 8. He's going to miss everything with that spear. Yeah, he's not even that well protected and such. How about you? Yeah, a hammer with passable skills for a Pale One. They're really good at tearing down walls, though. They got siege bonus up the wazoo. And the big thing is that the Pale Ones don't eat. So you can bring 10,000 of them on the War March and not worry about any of them starving to death. Even the Cave Cow doesn't eat. You don't often see this. Riding around on a Cave Cow, this glaive brandishing champion has once again got pretty mediocre skills. In fact, attack skill 8 for a mounted unit's just garbage. This guy's 1 to a square. Protection isn't very good. This guy would just get mobbed and murdered. Protection 4 in the Cave Cow. Corrosive Spit. Ooh, with range 15. You can only do it 5 times though, and then you're kaput. So annoying, but very fragile. Oh, but they have a few Cavern Wights. Cavern Wights, I've come to decide, are extremely overpowered, and I probably should have cut them out of this generation. I have done so before after being mauled by, I think it was called Tula. Completely unstoppable Cavern Wight nation. Hopefully they're not back again. That would suck for me. Anyway, you've got the Stone Fangs here, which look even worse than the vanilla Olms that you get because they don't have their Mind Blast. That said, that's an incredibly defensive tank that you have here. No real body protection to speak of, but good luck hitting this thing with defense 18. You could buff that up, but it just doesn't seem to have a lot of killing power. Anyway, much as I like Pale Ones, you're not toppling Zishai for me. Akari, what do we have? Bakemonos and Hoburgs. I've tried to make mounted Hoburgs work before, but they are just so pitiful. They die incredibly easily, and then you're just extremely sad. Cheap, though. Cheap as chips. But the damage output isn't there, the attack skill isn't there. What exactly are these guys going to accomplish? I wouldn't trust these guys to defeat a reasonable province defense, let alone anything else. When it comes to midgets, as far as Bakemono shows, they are cheap and cheerful, and they can just stand in a massive spear wall and cause your enemies grim times. But yeah, I wouldn't be very interested in playing as Akari here. Vora. The Vanir. Oh, the Vanir can be such cancer to fight against because of their glamour. You try and hit them, but you just hit a mirror image of them. They're stealthy, they hit pretty hard, they've got good skills overall, they're reasonably cheap. The morale is so-so around here. What about their sacred here? 3 size, so 3 to a square is good. That's low protection, but they regenerate. Fire retardant, but they hate the cold. And they hate iron. Oh, wow. Yeah, they'll take up to 3 extra damage when struck by iron, and iron is extremely common. Their air shield is passable. Exceptional short sword and enchanted poison bow, so they can poison from afar before engaging. Fascinating. Mounted units as well, and we're looking at air, fire, nature, blood. Not out of you, though. What are you even good for? Nice assortment of magic that they have here. Very nice assortment of magic. 2 and 1 and 1 and 1 and 2 holy, and then +1 marginal chance of another +1. Also, you become the Great Boar. Caffeinated Owl makes quite the observation. And Dominions is one of those games I'd probably enjoy immensely, but I never got into it. I feel the learning curve is quite steep, very steep. What was it, about 40 hours before I could really play the game? And then maybe an additional 40 before I got comfortable with it. And then, after a couple hundred hours, I feel I'm good enough for single player. Multiplayer is another beast altogether. I don't actually enjoy multiplayer Dominions. It's one of those play-by-email kind of affairs. Way too long and way too high in investment. I like my multiplayer to be a bit more concise. That's why the likes of Peak and Resident Evil Outbreak synergize so well with me. Carcass Collector here, turning nature into death. You don't see that often, but we see it here. You're crap at research, but you've got blood. We have some bloody Avites with Ichitids. I quite like Ichitids. I mean, they're garbage, but there's just something about them that's so endearing. They're all completely amphibian, so they can go and take the waters rather comfortably, but then a single thug comes in and destroys them. Yeah, look at these lackluster skills we're looking at. They're going to get hit by everything. Their natural protection, I mean, that's worse than primates. It's not very enchanting. Oh, but here we go. Some rank and file with reasonable protection. As long as they're cheap, Crap is good if it's cheap. The Bone Glaive. Yeah, this guy I wouldn't mind so much. It's half decent damage for low investment flak units. Chaff. Chaff is the term I'm looking for, and I've managed to forget. But it looks like you'd want to invest far more into this Avite. Sacred fire resistant. He loves... he's got negative death power, so he loves life. It's going to make him better at everything. Ooh, he's a really good guy. Fiery breath. He can do magical armor-piercing fire damage in the entire square in front of him for only 1 fatigue. Attacks with this weapon cannot be repelled. 6 is not a lot of damage, but it's an entire area of effect. It's armor-piercing and it's magical, and it goes along with his exceptional axe. Not bad. Well, he's got pretty good skills, passable protection, good hit points. His size is only 4, so he can fit 2 of them to the square and still has space for a 2-sizer. And then you have the Itchidids hanging back with oh, I love nature access. Oh, I really love nature access. Nature, water, astral, and blood, of course. So this guy, is this really your blood hunter? I don't know about that part. He's quite fragile. And sometimes places that you blood hunt, they rise up against you. What a thought. The realm of the song here. Humans. Aspergs. They like it cold. You got a mounted sacred on a unicorn. But it's not an armored unicorn, so that thing could fall quite easily. Skilled rider. Morale and defense skill of his mount. So just by riding the unicorn becomes better. Okay, so it's not 11-14, it's actually 13-16. That's quite good. It also recuperates from any damage they take. It hits magically, it hits twice. And size 5 of these is 2 to a square. That's quite good. Oh, very hard to hit this guy as well. I like that. Cavalry axe. Steadfast infantry here. Always interesting to see people going around on a moose, but that's not very befitting for magical commanders as far as I'm concerned. Even so, very wide path here. 5 different magical paths. They don't go all that high, though. What is this? This unit can heal afflictions on other units in the same province using the heal order. Right, so you have to order him to do it. I do not know what the 80 value is. I would have assumed that's an 80% chance to heal, but maybe it means he heals 80 afflictions within the army, which is ridiculously high, but because it's an order, it's something you have to stand still and perform, which might be a problem. Ooh, they get access to level 3 priests. I should probably skim more over nations unless they look more appealing to me than playing as Zishai, because I'm currently very drawn to Zishai. Right, what do we have here? Jandi. Scorpion riding Abyssians. And good, they decided to give mounts the resistance of the rider. There was an issue in an earlier build where mounts didn't get resistances, so if you had a fire-emitting rider, it would set fire to the mount, and then all the mounts would die. And you'd have a very, very bad time. Not a lot of units available here. You've got a surprisingly cheap... I don't actually know if the 40 you pay for this guy is counted in, but surprisingly cheap champion of the Scorpion. Scorpion, of course, having really nice attacks. Armor-piercing pincers. And a Scorpion tail, which does death poison. Armor negating. So if you get hit by that Scorpion tail, you are dead. Yeah, your major poison resistance is not going to laugh off death poison. So that's pretty cool. It's also a male barding-covered Scorpion. 24 protection on this monster. Ooh. On top of that, there's the rider who's got some scale mail and iron cap with a buckler, so his defense skill's pretty good. That's pretty good skill for an Abyssian. His attack skill is garbage, but I think this guy is just to command the Scorpion Beast. Because, whoa, lordy, that Scorpion Beast. Terrifying. I just wish that this was the Sacred unit. I want to fluff this thing up. It's only 1 to a square at size 6, which is disheartening, but I like the look of it. Holy moly, that's nice. And then you've got this guy right here, your Sacred. Fire shield, massive heat aura. You just want this guy to be there, tank hits and set your enemy on fire. He loves it when it's hot. Who doesn't? Might look at this guy in a big way. Alex says that they like to play with standard nations. Well, enjoy what you like, but I am very drawn to these random gen ones. Pillaging. Yeah, I don't tend to do pillaging. I don't really see the utility of pillaging. Yeah, the idea of running around my death scorpions is quite appealing. What do we have here? We've got a stealthy flying scout, which is amazing. You love your scouts to be fast and flying. We can have another one of these scorpion beasts as the commander. 100 leadership is a cutoff for being able to do actual formations, which is great. He's inspirational on top of that, which is very great. This guy is also inspirational. He's even more inspiring. And he's sacred, so you're an even better leader. Well protected. You are good, man. Real good. Oh, yeah. The background lore is pretty cool, Alec. I'll give you that. You don't get that on random gen nations. Boy, this is quite tempting. What about the paths here? Of course there's fire. There are Abyssians. We have access to level 3 priests, which means we can divine bless at our beck and call. Having a sacred, powerful mage is really good for keeping the costs down, because when you're sacred, you have the upkeep cost. But he's already old as balls, so these guys are going to die. A little bit of death. The death, blood, fire, cross-pathing. And what do we have here? Oh, wow! For some bizarre reason, the Sea Twilight is the only capital recruitment guy. So if you want water access, and you probably do, this guy, you can get him. He could make the ring of water stuff to boost himself up to 3 water. And then you could say, is 3 enough for summon Troll King Court? Well, if you manage to get yourself enough water gems somehow, you could actually go into the water using this nation with summons. Twiceborn, the old man mage. It's not bad. Yeah, he's only size 3, so he's not expensive to Twiceborn, but you have to ask yourself, do I really want to invest my death gems, which I don't have natural access to, on keeping this guy alive? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on the randoms that you pull out, because you could pull out a random 4 or in incredibly rare cases 5. Like, what's that? 1 in 10, 1 in 40, 1 in 160. Yeah, the odds aren't high, but some people do base strategies around that. I love the fact that your research core here is sacred, so you can very cheaply do a lot of research using the Coal Geomancer. Okay, this is really cool because I love the idea of going around on my burning scorpion beasts. The fire resistance is very high, so you could do things like heat from hell, and scorch all your enemies whilst destroying them with the scorpions, and then your front line here. The problem is if you run into someone that is fire resistant, then in a slog, you're probably going to lose. But if they're not fire resistant, jings. You know, even if you manage to dodge the scorpion beast, you cannot dodge the heat. Oh, that is sorely tempting. Okay, who was that? That's Janij and Zishai. Very tempting. Can't choose between them currently. More elephants with an additional sacred flying monkey. Oh, we got 2 sacreds here. Sacred flying poisonous gold. Well, it's not gold, but it's bronze. With a black bronze axe of heresy. Jeez, this guy means business. He also berserks. His skills and strength are going to be through the roof. This guy can chop his way through enemies. Of course, there are always downsides. He causes unrest wherever he's about. Might be not too easy to handle you. Very cool, very powerful. Big, exceptionally powerful elephant here. Resists slashing, resists shock and fire. He himself has a heat aura and also goes berserk. He can hit you with tusks and battle axe, both of which get boosted by his strength, which goes up from his berserking. And if you try and hit him, you get poisoned. He's also much cheaper with higher chaos. Well, I say much cheaper. He's still very expensive in upkeep. Other than that, you have flying monkeys. Jeez, I might know someone who would like this. Even the little Marcata is flying. That's an unusual idea. I wonder if you could fly to the back row and then throw sticks and stones at your enemies. That'd be one way to absolutely purge an enemy's mage core. Poisonous, flaming elephants. Yes. He doesn't fly, but you know what? You could sandwich your enemy between your sacreds with this nation. You have these Ember Wake elephants who are very, very well protected, both naturally and through armor, brandishing massive heavy weapons, chewing their way through the front. If you gave these guys regeneration, oh my days, how would you even destroy this? Very, very powerful, and that's just one of the two, because this guy's on the back line using his bronze axe to completely murder, let's see, Bane of Heresy. Yeah, this guy kills your god and your sacreds. And it's armor-piercing 15 fatigue damage, so you're going to put them to sleep, essentially, whilst you chop them. Whew, god, the Raging Blood Mantle is hardcore. And they've got these massive, expensive mages. I always don't think that elephants make great mages. They've got a lot of staying power because they have amazing natural protection and great hit points, but I don't like spending lots on my mages, and this nation has to spend a hell of a lot on its mages. Yeah, because the mages cost a whole bunch of their sacred points. Alright, so very powerful, but maybe not magically nation. Very cool. What do we have here? Lizards. Nothing but lizards. Frilly dress-wearing lizards, the Abo here. He bites you, he hammers you, but he sings praises of God. Water nature, so this nation you have to imagine wants to do foul vapors and swampy stuff on you. Swampy stuff. You can tell it's been a while. I've forgotten the name of the magics. Oh, this is a sad sacred. Just a naked lizard with a glaive. I mean, overall it's fine, but this guy just dies to anything. This is also sacred, though. Another naked lizard, this time on a crocodile. The crocodile itself being sacred. At some attack density, they bite you, they hit you with a trident, and then the alligator bites you as well. Oh, they put barding on the alligator. So the problem is the rider here dies so easily, especially to projectile fire. He's a demon as well, so he can also be... he can also get anti-demon spells cast, although I can't think what they are at the moment. And then another riding one, a serpent here, non-barded serpent. Yeah, okay, maybe more for the rank and file with the bardinged crocodile. Anyway, don't think I'll play as you much as I like playing as the lizards. Who we have here? The Flesh-Marked Ruin. They're just humans. Humans tend to get a bad time in Dominions. The special sacred here got a short bow and a spear. Skilled rider, death power, good at sieging. Whoever knew cavalry could be good at sieging? But here we go. If you're going to have a mount, you probably want to put some kind of barding on them so they don't die to just being smacked around. They got the hoof, they got their horn. But you know what FTL says? Humans are common and uninteresting. Took a while before humans even got that boost to experience in FTL. A lot of magic ability. Water, earth, death, blood, with additional of any of those. Sacred, of course. Good for your amazing mage there. One recruitment point, good leadership, priestly, sacred, inspirational guy. The Spearmaster's pretty good, but it doesn't look like an interesting nation to... well, against the other options. I don't play as the Cyclopses anymore. I played as these guys and I just won by just spamming out these guys. You know, your best Cyclops go in and just murder everything. Because they've got good enough skills. Well, these ones are a bit lackluster. Great protection, great hit points. They just go in and mulch everything. Poisonous barbs, they love life. They're awesome, so people don't want to hit them back. These are some hungry Cyclopses. And they've enslaved the Abyssians. Slaves get lowered upkeep cost. Are you heat resistant? You're not. Okay, that could lead to some bad things for you. Who was that? That was Hithari, right? Got Lombuta, the vile insignia. Oh god, pygmy on a hyena. Capable watchman of light cavalry fighting with hardwood clubs and short bows. For some reason it's a magical club. But it doesn't do a lot of damage. Your skills are frankly inept. And then your sacred is this midget over here. He's invulnerable 10. So mundane attacks will have a very, very hard time hurting this thing. His skills are actually quite good. And he dissolves magical beings. Also, whilst he has his heat aura. Spec these guys a little bit better. Maybe give them some undying so they don't die to being sneezed on. Because with that reinvigoration, my goodness, they are going to clean house. With their tiny little mace. Dear God. I'm late. Lots of stuff at work today, says Britt. Don't worry, it's Dominions. We spend the first hour or two just looking at nations, deciding who to play as, and then how to play them by crafting the nation. This little guy's very powerful. Does he have other stuff to rank and file their way to victory? These guys seem very so-so. What about the ones that are dressed differently? Furs, leather hood. They are ambidextrous, so these guys could actually blitz if they had good skills. 11-9 is 20 hit points, 6 protection. There's a lot of way to kill this thing. Oh, they can also run around on a wee dog. So imagine something so small it could ride a dog, and it's going to mulch you with an anti-magical mace. Interesting. New ER5 beta is out, and Jake is nice and comfy playing Dominions. I'm going to let that be for a while. The honeymoon period with EU5 is over. No doubt I'll start up a new campaign on the beta, but I'm not entirely sure I'll be doing that on stream. I'm relatively sure I won't be. Game needs to win me back, because I think it's fine enough to play on my own, because it's kind of a laborious thinking situation, but it's not a very fun game to stream in retrospect. I've done 4 campaigns of EU4 now, 2 off-stream and 2 on-stream, and I've had a lot more fun off-stream than on. Oh god, Cavern Whites. So I don't play as these guys on principle. They are just way too overpowered. They've got everything. They've got high skills. They don't need to eat because they're undead. Ridiculous magical resistance for an undead. High morale because they're undead. They freeze everything around them. They're amphibians, so they can go into water. They just get everything. I really should have blocked these guys from even being generated. And because they're undead, they got perfect spirit sight. They power up in death. Because they are the pale ones, they have a siege bonus. There's no weakness in these guys' armor, basically. Majestic, incredible enemy. Even the rank and file has reasonable magic resistance. Yeah, the rank and file's very, very good. Terrifying nation. Let's not... let's ignore them, shall we? Who's that? That's Lala. Comegan. Meros. Oh, Meros are one of the saddest races out there. Spindly human types. They can go into water, but they tend to be pretty bad at, well, everything. This is their sacred here. Berserker, so they can get stronger, but they're not that strong. Pillager, for... I don't even think the AI pillages. Slash resistant, goes into water. Rank and file... That's not rank and file, but this is... Yeah, look at this pathetic thing. He really has nothing other than low cost to speak for. Ah, Kelpie. An amphibian mount. You do not see that often. As a skilled rider, you make your Kelpie better, but the Kelpie has no barding, so it dies quite easily. 2 to a square, though. I just realized this is one of the very few games where Jake does not have to be reminded to read. Well, there's tons of reading. If I just looked at the pretty picture, I would go, okay, we have a Mero and a mount with a spear and buckler, and that looks like some leather armor. And maybe that's a cap of sorts. So because they're mounted, they'll have defense skill that's all right, and they'll be reasonably fast. But I can't tell anything beyond that. I have to go and check all these numbers. That was Comigale, right? Nathia, crabs, lamias, and crustaceans. Ooh, Divine Thane. Nathia's sacred units are disciplined soldiers clad in heavy armor with a hammer. The descriptions are not quite as fruity here as they are for the vanilla nation. Like you check out Ulm and you look at one of their lancers. Long pipes, physical punishment, collapsing, vulnerable to magic, knightly members of Black Order, formidable military units. You actually get a bit of lore about their place in society for their nation here. So this is all middle-age Ulm. But we don't get that with a random gen. I mean, how could you randomly generate interesting lore like that? Pincers can be quite devastating things to fight against, and the plus side, they have no length, so you can parry against them. Doesn't look like he's even holding his spear there. But yeah, crabs overall are pretty good because they've got massive natural protection, and they're often wearing armor on top of that. So they can be quite difficult to deal with, but the crabs aren't the sacred unit. This regenerating divine is their sacred. Good protection to go together with high regen. Nice. Is that a randomized version of Dominion? The races are all randomized here, or the factions, or whatever you want to call them. Scorched Temple. Ooh, hello. Hoburgs and humans, but you see what this is? The Ironworld sacred units of Ondmark are clad in light armor. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. They worship terrifying beings beyond the void, and sweet-smelling vines lull their enemies into slumber. Because these Hoburgs have been infested with parasitic vines, sapping their will, but granting them strength and protection. So a symbiotic parasitic vine has taken them over, massively boosted their skills, even counting them as mounted. There's so much vine that they're mounted on it. They have a sleep aura. They're sacred. They're pretty cheap for a good unit here. They smash you with a two-handed magical thorn staff that poisons you. With that attack skill, it is hitting, and it is doing that poison. They're mindless, so they do not rout, and they're also not affected by things like soul slaying. They go berserk somehow, so the vines get angry on your behalf, further boosting your attack skill and your strength. These things are monstrous. Good hit points as well. The main downside is their protection is quite low. But they don't need to eat. They can go on the war march and never suffer attrition for it. Yeah, they also get reinvigoration here, so they're not going to tire out. Not that they would. They got no encumbrance because no armor. But yeah, that sleep aura as well. So you're gonna send people around you to sleep, but not your own units, because mindless undead and inanimates aren't affected, and you yourself are mindless. And funnily enough, you eat, though you need not eat. So this unit will not be affected by lack of food in a province, but the vines will still consume. And that means that if there's somebody around them that does need to eat, then these guys are going to eat the food and leave nothing for the others that might need the food. They power up even more in growth. They don't take afflictions. The chance of getting afflictions is divided by... I think it's divided by 2. I think it's actually divided by 3 or something, because affliction resistance 1 halves it, right? Don't know. There's a lot of very esoteric details like that. So this protection is their biggest chink in the armor. That's good hit points for 3 to a square. Great strength, good attack skill, amazing defense skill. They're a little bit slow, but that's hardly relevant. They can age fine. Map move 20? Wow. And on top of that, they got forest survival, forest being the most common thing you have to move through, so they can move through forests faster. Is size 3 big or small? A regular human, is size 3. A Hoburg is a midget, about the size of a dog, and that would be size 2. What this is a dog-sized midget wrapped up in so many parasitic vines that they have become the size of a human. So a good 60 or 70% of this mass is the parasitic vines. Size goes from 1 to 10, 1 being a large beetle, 2 being about a dog, 3 being a human, 4 being a very large human, 5 being, I think, a crocodile, and 10 is a true ginormous monolith. It used to go from 1 to 6, but I'm kind of glad they expanded the range. 1 square in this game can contain 10 size worth of units. So 3, 3, and 3 would take up 9, so you'd have 3 of these things to a square, and you could add a giant beetle to that square to make it up to 10. Anyway, this is really interesting. What's the rest of the nation like? We have got mindless Amazonian lance riders on a moose. The moose is not mindless, so I don't know if it would get affected by the sleepiness. But that means this rider could go around and shoot. However, they have precision 4. They won't hit a damn thing. Look at that. 10 is normal. A normal human soldier would have a precision of 10. Oh, this guy's got 4. I don't think I want you shooting. You'd shoot my own units, no doubt about it. And you're not that great in melee either. So the mounted units seem like a bog lapse. What about this mounted unit, though? They also can't shoot to save their life, but they're going to be a fair bit faster. Yeah, running in on green lizard back. The lizard is barded. 7 gold is really quite cheap for you. Interesting idea. What else do we have? More parasitic individual. These are the rank and file. They go with armor-piercing tentacles, and they get clubbing. Armor-piercing means it ignores half of the enemy armor. It's also typeless damage, so it can't be resisted. Got a better version of you? Okay, that's a difficult question. Would you rather have 2 attacks or 1 giant tree trunk club attack? 17 base damage with extra strength applied. The problem is the attack skill's really bad, so it's very, very difficult for these things to hit anything. And the defense skill's kind of crap, and the protection is meh, so these things would die en masse. And they're quite expensive for what they offer. A little unfortunate, but I struggle to see... Hey, this unit's amazing, but I'm struggling to see how he gets backed up. Ah, here we go. Parasitic vines don't need to be so massive that it takes up all of the unit's space. Surely 1 bonk. They don't need to hit often, they only need to hit once. And they will struggle to do that. Yes, that is a massive bonk, but you know how bad attack value 8 is? It's extremely bad. If you have attack value 8 and your enemy has even 12, you are going to hit, I think, fewer than 1 in 3 times. And if the enemy's getting 3 attacks on you for your 1, and you only have protection 8 with 22 hit points, yeah, a sword is cutting this thing to death. A militia with a sword is going to cut this guy to ribbons. Although, you know, when you do hit, this thing's going down. But anyway, what I was getting at is we might have considerably better units to back up the vine-infested individuals. I said I wasn't going to put this to vote, but now I'm finding quite a few interesting nations, and I want to play all of them. These guys are magical, meaning they need magical leadership. That could be a problem. Arbalisters. Ooh. None of these guys can aim to save their life. And their skills are pretty garbage. Must be a downside of being mindlessly controlled by the parasite. Ah, we actually have some non-mindless individuals here, but their skills are... Oh, hello. Defense skill 18. 16, rather. Something to be said about that. How good's that shield of yours? Pretty good. Your vines can't aim, so it seems. This is a very, very cheap bit of flak. But it's not mindless, so it can't join the Scorched Templar, because the Scorched Templar is going to put everyone around it to sleep. So my front line is nothing but these. I won't have the holy stuff for that. They need to be bolstered with something. Maybe I can summon some cheap chaff? Do we have death? We have Astral Nature, Glamour, and Weak Earth. Weak Earth. At least if it was Strong Earth, I could maybe get living statues to fight alongside these things. Damn. Are all the units mindless? If the commanders are not, it would be bad for PvP, but with PvE, it's the best you can hope for. This guy is pretty mindless, but he's not a very good leader. This is a great leader, but he's mindful, and I hate having midgets as leaders because they tend to just die to a stray arrow. So leadership's looking bad. None of them are particularly skilled leaders. Can anybody lead a mindless unit? I think they can, right? It's magic units that become a problem. And oh, you're magical as well. Oh, bollocks. What's your magical leadership? 50. Okay, good. Because you yourself are magical. But you are not magical. So... Jesus. I'm looking at like 2 usable units here so far. That's dangerous. I think we really have to get some conjurated units to bolster the front line, because if I can get some good undead or mindless units to just fill in the gaps of the Scorched Templar, I do think these guys can clean up house. They are very powerful. Sleep Aura is very rare, but damn is that cool. And I have to do something about that low protection. They wear no armor whatsoever. Nature for Vine Men? How is that nature? Yeah, we got that there. Vine Men aren't that good, though. They're a bit tanky, but just not that good. The commanders are... You know, this nation is like this one good unit, and everything else is a bit bleh. Mindless commanders can be very, very good, though, if you can thug them out. This guy can't be thugged. You can give him a sword, a shield, and nothing else. Because he's just a collection of vines. You can't fit armor on him. And I suppose that explains why this guy doesn't wear any armor. How do you armor up a bunch of vines? I think this nation has a lot of problems to solve, but if it can solve them... You know, as the Sacred unit goes, this isn't too expensive. Very cheap upkeep. These could clean house like no tomorrow. Ooh, that's tempting. No afflictions. Can mindless units use regeneration? With glamour, they can get mirror images for blur and defense. Do they have weakness to fire? No, these are not fire weak parasitic vines. No resistances, mind, except I suppose poison. Maybe I can actually use that somehow. Yes, I can use regen, thank you. Okay, this is really tempting. There are a lot of problems to solve with this nation, but I think if you solve them, you can have a really, really nice parasitic time. Look at that poison, and this will hit. Attack 17, I don't care if you're mounted, you are getting thorn-staffed. So if you survive the 25 bludgeoning damage, then you're going to be poisoned to death. Very nice. Very cool nation. Alright, Ondmark, I like the sound of you. Salnis. Humans. Humans are common and uninteresting. A light crossbow of warp. What? Armor-piercing, magical... Ooh, decaying. So decay tends to kill anything it touches unless it's undead or otherwise has a very, very long lifespan. Because it causes you to age 5 years every few minutes. Scary stuff. Horrible way to go, imagine that. Just withering before your very eyes. How long until Wraithlords spam, do you think? Jeez, Wraithlords are very good. And I don't even use them to their fullest extent. Anyway, Black Skyforge is your sacred. Otherwise, you've got reasonable human units. Oh, I like this guy. Call that a hammer? Very long hammer. But yeah, humans are not very interesting, so I don't tend to play them much. Right, Weinstein. More humans again. This time riding around on their camels. And they were clever enough to put very good barding on that camel. Size 5, 2 to a square is good. Morning Star and a lance. Fire retardant, skilled rider. It's a shame the rider itself doesn't have many skills, but he's good with a mount. And then another crossbow-wielding invulnerable individual, but again, not very interesting, so we'll leave the Windsteins to their own devices. Kalians, this Mushu sometimes joins these randomly created nations. Don't know why. Sacred and scary with good protection and good hit points and good attack. But he's a giant thing that will get hacked to pieces. Because with defense skill 6, he will take that damage and he just gets chipped away to death. And he doesn't have area of effect attacks, does he? No, so he targets one person, maybe 2 or 3, kills them, and then he himself dies. And that's 150 gold investment, plus fairly high upkeep. And you only get 1 per turn anyway. So I just don't see him as being all that great an investment. Maybe you can. Maybe there are good ways to fluff him up with blesses, but I've never played with this guy. He just doesn't look very good. Wait, what are his limbs? He's a wingless dragon from the swamps. He's got the hind legs of an eagle, the front paws of a lion, and a serpent's tail. Well, if you say so, game. Kalins with fire, air, astral, and blood. Fire and blood. I feel like that does synergize together, but my magical memories have faded in time. Arwasaka. Ah, lithids! I tried to make lithids work with regenerating, or rather reinvigorating mind blasting. I seem to recall it going quite badly for me. There's a fatigue cost of 5 to using Mind Blast. I tried to overcome that and just Mind Blast my enemies to death, but the problem is, if you come out with a mindless being or something that can ignore this, these guys can get utterly shredded. Armor piercing, life draining attack, not bad. But since I've already played as lithids not that long ago, I'm not too interested in running them again. Calling 15 protection good is a statement. Not right, but, well... I don't know where you're going with that. Everything's relative. 15 protection is very nice, until you're facing something that's doing 33 damage. Or cuts through protection with armor piercing. Tilpur. Ooh, more monkeys. I like monkeys. I like monkeys in Dom. Now we're talking. See, this is more what I expect from monkeys. Low magical resistance, low morale, good strength, so-so attack and defense skill. But this guy's a fine rank and file. It's just he's going to run easily, and if you use anything that needs magic resistance, he's going to have a hard time. Only a buckler, though. I'd rather had some actual armor on him. Like this fellow right here. Yeah, very, very simplistic approach here. But what if they were mounted? Mounted on great lions with barding. Ooh. That's what I'm expecting from monkeys. Suddenly pulls up a picture of Young. Where is my picture of Young anyway? I thought I had him somewhere here. Maybe I got rid of it. I did a purge of my stupid images folder. That can't be right. Why would I get rid of that? Yeah, there we go. See, I knew I had a picture of Young around here. That's Young going for a swim in Scotland. This is what traumatized him so much that he's scared of water. Anyway, how we miss you. Right, large and ferocious lion when wearing barding is actually ferocious. 17 protection on this thing with reasonable hit points. Whilst the monkey riding it also has, for a monkey, reasonable defense skill, 12 protection. I don't like the fact that he's an archer, though. I want him to get in melee and stay in melee. Wasn't there another one, though? This one uses a javelin instead of a longbow. 24, 22. Yeah, I'd certainly want the javelin one. Still very susceptible to just dying, though, but I like his attack density. 2 to a square with the biting, the clawing, the falchioning. It's kind of mediocre attacking overall, though. And then you've got the sacred guy. I tend not to like it when my units mix long range and melee. I want you to focus on one thing, not two. The logic, of course, here is that this guy, he sits back with his longbow, he shoots the enemies as they approach, and then he engages in hand-to-hand combat. But, I just don't find that plays off well most of the time. You really need to mass projectile damage for it to work, and I'd probably rather use magical projectile. Prime of the Ellie... Oh, Eclipse-born songs. Fascinating, but I already saw some monkeys I liked, so never mind that. That was Tilpur. The pair Wajaj. Abyssians and cavemen. Well, you don't often see cavemen as a national unit. Often these are things that you run into in the underground and you go, wow, these units suck, and you never use them. They have strength and they have virtually nothing else going for them. But these ones are enslaved, meaning they are quite cheap. So this would be good siege chaff in a way, except they do need to eat, so yeah. No protection, so they die to militia. No real skills, so they die to militia. I don't see the use case for cavemen. Maybe you have a better caveman. This one's wearing furs, so it actually has some protection. Its club is of exceptional quality. His skills are actually somewhat there. But, again, protection 8, size 4, Fire shield is great when you aren't taking attrition from the damage. Oh, he's an enslaved sacred, so I think he's like 1/4 upkeep. Oh, wow. Alright, so that changes things about the Lion Veilborn here. He's so unbelievably inexpensive, even recruitment points and resources are dead low. If you invested well in a bless for these guys, or fluffed them up with buffing from mages, This guy would be a very cheap way to carry a lot of sacred power to the front row. Good morale as well. Good magic resistance for a caveman. And we're always thinking for a caveman here. The problem is you need to do all the heavy lifting with the bless here. Maybe not all. The attack and defense skill is okay, but you'd have to think long and hard about how to bless these guys, and you would be investing a lot in the bless there. Ferocious Eldspire mauling you to death. What a much better looking unit straight away, even though the skills aren't quite there. I want a nation where all my units are indie militia, says Panza. I think you could do that with the randomizer. Because you can pick and choose the kind of units that it makes. And the seed that you get from a nation can be copied into other collections. Sentinel of the Magnificent Flames. That's right, they changed the graphic for Fire Elemental. Looks different now. They have Mastery over Flame. It'll rise up to protect them in battle. It, I assume, being this whole... Yeah, here we go. Have one Fire Elemental at side at the start of each battle. That alone is really good for bringing these guys into combat. But they're old as balls, as is often the case. And they will die to a light sneeze because their only protection is their robe. Hey Jake, you managed to play EU5 after 5,000 hours in EU4. I couldn't follow EU5 so far. I've played 4 campaigns of EU5. I'll do another one when the update is live. I'm not going to jump into the beta for it. I've been burned a bit too much on EU5 beta so far. Whether or not that's on stream, it's quite unlikely, frankly. Look at this guy. Ambidextrous, because he has rock and even more rocks. Kind of awful. Although we decided to armor this one. I wish we could have put that bronze scale Hoburg onto our Veilborn. Anyway, not without interest, but not as good as the other 3 I've got my eyes on. Air, Blood, Water, Earth, and Glamour. Atlanteans with Ichitids. Atlanteans tend to be alright. Poisonous Barbs, able to go into water. They got Typeless Pincer damage, although it's not armor piercing. Oh, now we're talking. The bear is not barded, but it's got 8 natural protection with 30 hit points. Could be alright. But the rider here, good defense skill, great protection. All things considered, it can be made even better with ice armor. And it uses magical ice glaive. I love glaives. Nice weapon. Nice looking nation overall, but probably not steering me away from the ones that we've already seen here. Hey, remember, you voted for this over Slay the Spire. If you wanted gameplay, you should have chosen Slay the Spire. Here we get reading and thinking. Whereas in Slay the Spire, we get reading, thinking for about 10 minutes, and then I play a card. Abyssians like their heat scale, nothing unsurprising. Sacred's using long spears. If you get that attack skill up, these guys can be repel tanks. You try to hit them, they just put the spear in the way. You take repel damage, they laugh it off. 9 protection, 15 hit points is sad. Dark power 4 is... whoa. That boosts strength, attack, defense, and probably some other things in darkness. Of course, you need to get darkness, which can be difficult. That's why I like Lanka. They can summon a guy that just causes darkness in the province. Otherwise, it's a very expensive death spell. Although maybe darkness got moved to glamour? That might make sense, but I don't recall. I would argue that Daimbo Kimono with a sword and bow is one of the best vanilla scale units in the game, so melee and range is not always bad. There are a few alwayses in this game, kind of like in Slay the Spire. But a Bakemono with a sword and a bow? Have I even seen such a unit? Yeah, I'm not really interested in what you have to offer there, Rakit. What do we have here? More primates. Are you more interested in the other primates? Oh, hello. Roman Legion-style primates. Very nice defense skill, thanks to that enormous tower shield. Reasonable attack skill. Typical primate strength. 10 protection, 25 hit points is okay. We could buff that up. Ethereal. Good grief. Right, so if you strike this guy with a non-magical weapon, there's a 75% chance you just whiff the shot entirely. And that's... once you land that 1 in 4, You then have to get through 18 defense skill. Then if you manage to get through that, then you get through 10 protection and 25 hit points. All the while, he's hacking you with a reasonable amount of sword damage. Well, this guy is built to last. And that's even without adding any sacred stuff to him. For a primate, he has amazing magical resistance, great morale. Yeah, you just need to fluff up that protection a bit. And make them a bit more killy. Maybe give them some kind of aura or blood surge or just something. And even if you don't give them that, they've got the staying power. That ethereal means they're going to block non-magical projectiles pretty well as well. So you can have them just hold the front line, 2 to a square, whilst you, I don't know, shoot them with rather powerful longbows. 12 ammunition isn't that great though. Short bows have more, but long is all we got. We got harpoons. Harpoons are cool because they net. These guys wouldn't make too bad skirmishers, right? Long spear for... They can't defend very well, but they could repel with that long spear. Precision value for this attack. The harpoons are ranged. I prefer short-range netting over harpooning. Yeah, I'm looking at this one resource. Given that they actually come out with armor, these things you would absolutely crap out en masse. What about the mounted unit here? We gave the lion barding, so the lion is holy crap. Yeah, the defense skill isn't there, but you got to get through 20 protection and 20 hit points to kill this lion. All the while, the rider has amazing defense skill, passable protection, pretty low hit points. Smashing you with a trident and javelining you as well. And his skilled rider makes the lion considerably better in combat as well. Well, that is rather tantalizing. And we're going to have spare resources, considering these guys only cost 1. These guys cost quite a bit. And they're capital only. Well, that explains a thing or two. SPQR, Simian Queen Primate Regiment, Roman Monkey time. What do we have outside of that? Another long spear. These guys really want to be repel chiefs, don't they? Ooh, ambidextrous sword blitzers. Swords actually have an improved attack value, so at attack skill 12, these guys could land a hit or two. They're not amazing, but they will slice and dice. Oh my, this is pretty cool. We have the leader for the monkeys right here. He's got leadership 100, which is great. He himself is ethereal and sacred. We have access to priest level 3, although they're old as monkey balls. So every winter, if you have old age by being, well, old, you have a chance of becoming sick and diseased, and then you horribly die over time. So you got to squeeze out the value while you can. Sure, the NPCs should get some nice nations too. Well, yeah, they can play as any of these. Oh my, more ethereal. Ethereal mages is rather nice to make up for their lack of protection. Whew. Fire, astral, air, nature. Gift of health, if I got that up, could handle any of the old age problems. And the resilient fog monkey here. I could roll nature 3, boost nature 4, 5, 6, gift of health. Yeah, gift of health I think is nature 6 these days. Why do I not have my Dom 6 inspector at the ready? Come on. Where are you at? One slight thing I preferred Chrome over Firefox for was it was easier to drag out separate windows. Inspector, not Twitch Inspector. I want the Dom 6 mod inspector. There we go. And it's a very rare case of a page that I do not want set to dark mode. And I also want to be able to share this with you. Dom 6 inspector tool. My stream is wondering where is that window. Again, it's checking for Chrome. I moved over to Firefox in the past year. And then hopefully that will show. Yeah, there we go. Now when I look for something like Gift of Health, yeah, path requirement 6. I love this spell. I use it so often. Perhaps even too often. Yeah, that's fine. But it's just so good. Tons of extra health for your unit. You laugh off afflictions. The old people generally won't die. Still a chance that they will. But path requirement 6 is high, so I have to ask myself, what are the boosters for nature still? Nature is Thistle makes it 2, Moonvine Bracelet with Astral, but you know what? We have Astral access. And the big one's the Tree Lord Staff for 2, but it's a two-handed thing. Still could be done, though. I like that quite a bit. I like this. I like this. I think we'll consider Roman monkeys as one of our options then. That gives us 4 options. Okay, I've decided now. I will put it up to a vote. Manoin. I should have written these down. Hang on. Literal back of the envelope writing here. Manoin. SPQR monkey. Anybody else find it really weird writing these days? I just type for almost everything. It used to be the other way around. I used to be a miserable typist and preferred to write everything. Alright, what else do we have? Primates led by this giant ancient elephant. I mean, elephant mages can be pretty expensive, but they can also be lasting. He's got his tusk, his magical staff, his earth, his astral. He can swim, but he can't go underwater, typical of an elephant. And then these primates are running around on bronze-barded tigers. Oh my. Oh my. They do not like being frozen, but they love the heat. They're awful. They're awful, isn't it? They have awe. They're sacred, good skills. Shakaram, not a ranged weapon you often go hollering about. 475 gold for an old mage is not great. No, that's what I was getting at. I like them, but I like monkeys, and I've already got 2 monkey nations that I'm interested in. Right, who have we not yet checked out? I think we've looked at most of the customs by now, but who remains? Riley is the last of the vanilla nations. Meteorite armored guys. Love these things because they're slaves. You don't have to pay them much, and they have such staying power. Anyway, we're not looking at those. We're looking at Yedbach. Hoburgs. Oh, more vine-covered Hoburgs. These ones don't emit the sleep gas, and they're not the sacred ones anymore. Interesting to find 2 versions of that, but this one also does strong poison, and also does carrion seed? What in the world is a carrion seed? It does special magic damage, but it doesn't say what. I don't know what to make of that. I don't want to get leech seeded around here. Now what do we have? A cloud of poisonous slinging going on from this tiny little dire fang. Anyway, Hoburgs. I've been bitten by Hoburgs before. Not going for that again. More Kalians. And then we... Oh, I think it set me down a bit. I think we've actually gone and checked them all. Whew. Is that 30 nations? 3, 5, 10, 20... Thereabout. Alright, so what am I interested in? I am interested in Manoin, the SPQR monkeys. Who else caught my eye? Yeah, the parasitic vines. What's their name? Ondmark. Ondmark. Parasite. You're gonna have to remember for me because I'm struggling here. Humans are common and uninteresting. Ah, here we go. Janedge. What was appealing about Janedge? My brain does not have enough buffer space for 30 different nations of details. Right, Gen Edge are... Oh, the Scorpion, of course. Scorpion Abyssian. Scorpion Abyss. And then the first one to catch my eye, I believe, was also a monkey. Was it you? Was it this freaking guy? Overgrown monkey. He also fights alongside some fairly competent large Avite. And your name is drop the cap to my pen. My pen stolen from the University of Exeter. They're never getting it back. This thing, I think I've had it for a decade and it's still writing well. Zishai. Big monkey. Alright, gonna have a quick rundown of the 4 of them and then put it up to a very fast vote. And then we're going to build our nation. And, you know, we might even be able to play with a nation. Overgrown monkey could be a spoiler cut into SPQR monkey vote count. Well, the monkey lovers are going to have to figure that out, aren't they? Not my fault that you can't choose between your apes. Alright, so quick rundown once again. We have this one with the overgrown monkey who leads the Avites, which are overgrown humans as well. So we're playing as large, proud individuals who have astral nature and blood, but not particularly strong paths in either. So diving into the really interesting high-value magics could prove difficult, but perhaps with enough big monkey pounding, we could make our way through. The other one was Janedge, which I'm sure I can find again here, the Coal Circle. Main point here is that we're going in with fire and yet having access to water. So with fire and water, we can rule the lands and the seas. Definitely going for high heat scale so that we can roast our enemies to death with heat aura whilst they get consumed by our scorpion beast. So if you want the scorpion love, we can go that way. That's not even our sacred. Don't know what we're going to do with this guy. Maybe you can hold off the enemy whilst the scorpions eat them. The next one is Ondmark. We're going to be playing as parasitic Hoburgs. We are mindless, so we literally never retreat. Not literally, but almost never retreat. Whilst we put our enemy to sleep, and we bash them with strong poisonous thorn staffs. But we struggle in a lot of other ways. There's a lot of weak points in this nation, so we'd have to think hard about how to cover for those. And then finally, we liked SPQR monkeys with Manoin. Rank and file tower shield sacred monkeys, which are ethereal and have all-round good stats and decent support as well. Not really sure what the weak point in this nation is, considering that I can have very, very cheap harpooners as well. Oh, hold the phone. I just noticed something. These are levies. If these guys ever deal damage or take damage, they leave my army. Ooh, yeah, I was thinking, hey, these guys are cheap. They remind me of the slaves of Airmore. The gladiators, rather. Yeah, so they're essentially monkey gladiators. Okay, these two, lovely and cheap, but they go away. I'm surprised I didn't have add levy as a tag here. Good thing I read that. Anyway, I will put a vote for that. 2 votes in like an hour and a half. Almost unthinkable. For some reason, Twitch is not letting me start a new poll. That's okay, though. Slap it into submission and start a new poll. Who do we play as? Don't worry, you don't need to remember the names of the places. I will just put it down in the description. SPQR Monkey. Parasite Vines. Scorpion Eaters. Wait, eaters? How about, scorpion monsters. And then finally, Big Monkey. You do not get additional votes, and you have 2 minutes to decide. Whilst I myself try and figure out how this is going to play out. This is the high-octane gameplay I love this channel for. I'm glad I never got swept into the idea of trying to make an entertaining stream. Could you imagine that? How would I keep things entertaining for, what is it, 11 or 12 years now? But laborious, boring streaming now, I can do that till the end of my days, and probably will. In the time between, you can check the Dai Bakemono on the Inspector. Unit 4, Dai Bakemono. Talk to me, Inspector. Middle-aged Shinoyama gets this guy. Ah, I wasn't thinking of Bakemono. I was thinking of the little stubby guys that are size 2. Okay, yeah, Bakemono with his no dachi. Yeah, he could make something work here because he's got good protection, reasonable skills for the melee. Not too shabby. What's the difference between the ages? In early age, there's a lot of magic and not a lot of technology. So castles tend not to grow very big into fortresses, and most nations have not discovered steel or even iron. They're working with bronze and bone and wood for armor and weapons. Middle age, there's a bit less magic, but a bit better tech. And then in late age, tech is good. A lot of people have good steel armor, very high protection, very strong weapons. The magic, however, there's not a lot of magical sites and gems, and not a lot of magic paths. But the magic paths that do exist in late age tend to be very high. I like the middle age because it's kind of the middling of everything. Why is chat kind of floating a bit there? Oop. Also, chat should be cut off a bit there, otherwise the scroll wheel keeps popping up, which bothers me. Yeah, Leon put it better right there. Early, more magic, later, stronger troops. And I prefer to have the balance in the middle there. I think people heard me saying that the parasitic vines had a lot of problems they needed to cover for. So they decided to throw me into there. All right. Let's start designing. Who were the parasitic vines? They were called Ondmark. I may well come back to the other nations in another campaign though, because I really like the look of all of them. I don't like playing the same kind of race back to back though, so I might have to make a judgment call between Roman Monkey and Big Monkey, or just put a bit of a gap between them. Right. All these Hoburg mages are a pain in my bum. A really big pain in my bum. The magic paths are really good, though. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm unsure about cross paths, and I still don't have a lot of experience with glamour. Oh, but that does mean blood. How are we at blood? Do we have non-random blood access? We do not. Our rank and file mage is glamour. He's also really, really, really cheap. So if I can keep these guys safe in a fort, they can just do a lot of researching for me. The downside is that if anybody casts, fires from afar or whatever, they're just going to roast all of my mage core. But yeah, that's the deal with the devil that you make. Anyway, love nice cheap mages, if nothing else. Could also bolster them with high magic paths. This might be... the gold cost is considerable here. I'm unsure if I want to go blood hunting. I'm unsure how it's going to play off in general. Do you have no sacred commander at all? Here we go. The compare of invincible songs is a sacred commander. But again, it's a Hoburg. And these things are magical beings. Now, being a mage gives you magical leadership, but I think this thing has to lead. But its leadership skill is kind of gash. Cavalry archers are accuracy. It's like me and Mountain Blade, yeah. Oh, no. I was thinking of St. Kaladin. Man, he cannot aim on horseback to save his life. Yeah. So unfortunately, these ranged horseback or mooseback units don't really cut the mustard. The moose on their own are actually quite good, funnily enough. Because they've got the male barding, and they've got some reasonable attack power here. But, yeah, I don't get the moose on their own. I just get them with their crappy riders. That low protection just kills any desire to put these to use. Because they charge in, they do okay damage with the lance. But again, it's just riders with ranged attacks, so I think these guys are a no-go. What was my problem with the additional Vine champions here? We have Tree Trunk and we have Tentacle and Club. To be honest, I could just mix the two of them because they come at the same cost, right? 22, upkeep 18. That is high upkeep for a unit that isn't actually very good. That protection is way too low. These guys are going to die in droves. At least these guys with a low protection, they have defense skill to go with it. Does that mean that I have to use the sword champions? At least they're mindless as well. Their skills are pathetic. They will also die in droves. But the thing about sacred units is they're not something you can plug out an unlimited amount of. You're limited to the amount of sacred points that you have for it, and the sacred points can grow very large if you have a lot of temples and a lot of dominion, but we're not going to have that early on unless we invest heavily into it. And again, my Arbalisters here have crap aim, so they're not particularly good either. Once every 3 rounds, I struggle to see the utility of you. So I need to get some summons to go together with my Scorched Templars. That's about the only thing I can think of. Maybe early on these Amazon Sword Champions could do something, but my god, they have awful skills. 8 and 9 is militia level of crap skills. Yeah, this is actually just militia, which is bad. They're not expensive, but even so, I would want better than that. I think you need a magic command bless with almost any unit being magical. But then who is going to benefit from that? Because my only sacred commander is this thing. And I don't want this guy on the field. No, not by a long shot. Oh, way to tell a lie. The benefactor is sacred and naked, so he also dies to being sneezed on. I can't even make this guy wear that thing that forces him to be sacred, the bloody robe thing, because he can't put clothes over tentacles. But yeah, we do have the sleep aura going for us. So what are we talking about? Early on, we're going to have the warlord leading the vines, because that's pretty much the only thing I have usable. But we need to transform that into some other strategy. And for that, we need to consider our magical paths. We've got astral. We've got a lot of got a lot of glamour. 4 glamour. What can you even get with glamour? Help me out, Dom 6 Inspector Tool. Tell me about spells, which are conjurations. How do you search for conjuration? There we go. I need conjuration spells with glamour. I can get a sleeper. Conjuration 5. Sleepers are ancient heroes of exceptional size and prowess, armed with weapons forged at dawn of time, waiting for a final cataclysmic battle. For the fate of the world, they can only be awakened by powerful magic, exceptionally good generals and soldiers. They'll rarely rout out from under them in battle. That is really good with 150 leadership, but it's not really magical leadership. And you're a commander. I need rank and file here. Glamour summons illusions, ghost, and fey. I'm looking for something that gets me a reasonable number of frontline units. What's this here? Conjuration 3 for Cusides. Protection 7. Defense skill 11. They bite. They're vulnerable to iron. 2. They cost half a gem each. Not really sure that's what I'm looking for, though. They're also not mindless or anything, so they're still vulnerable to the sleep aura. I need something that goes together with that. Where's those phantasmal warriors? Here you are, Conjuration 4. And this is something to be done in combat, which is actually a little annoying. I'd rather have units that I can keep around for a while, but if it's in combat for 1 gem, I can summon only 2 phantasmal warriors? That can't be right. How could this cost a gem if it just gives me 2 of them? It's quite bad. There's got to be something I can use to get me some actual units. It's the ritual ones that give me units for a while. The dogs... Oh, there's got to be something better than that. Funny, they all cost gems. Okay, what if I'm looking for all ritual conjurations? Summon the Fey Prince. I can summon Fey Folk. That's a nature crosspath, which we do have. It's Conjuration 6, which is quite expensive, but we could consider this later on. Summons this Fey Prince, who looks pretty good. Protection 17, size 5. Amazing skills. He's vulnerable to iron, go figure. And he rides around on... Does it give me information about the mount? Ah, here we go. The Fey Steed, which has barding. That's an exceptionally good commander. It better be for 30 gems. Great leadership. I can only assume that includes magical leadership. He himself has magical baths. Doesn't solve my problem of rank and file, but this looks like an amazing guy to even thug out. Fey Lance, that's a one-shot weapon, and then a Fey Blade. Magical weapon. Yeah, this guy looks good, but where's my rank and file? Oh, how about Fey Knights plural? Then I get the non-commander version of them. Still very expensive, but I think they'd make an impressive task force. Aren't the dogs sacred? Oh, I had not considered that. If the dogs are sacred, we could really make them work. Get this Fey stuff out of here. I'm gonna keep an eye on these two, though. Fey Prince and Fey Knights. The Knights can be done earlier and require lower paths. That's pretty good. Phantasmal Warriors I don't think is really what I'm looking for here, though. Tell me about the conjuration of the dogs. The dogs are sacred. Well spotted. I didn't notice that. If I have a decent bless, these dogs could be considered acceptable. Hang on, my thing is cut off here. Whee! Then I need to be a bit, Hold on. I don't like having parts of my screen that I can see, but you cannot, so... I'll bring it out to there. Alright. Those dogs could really help if I get a good bless on them. The Fey spell could give you different units in a cold scale. Would I even want a cold scale, though? I don't tend to like fighting cold. My units have no preference for hot or cold. I appreciate you can't see. I'm just checking that for myself. There we go. There's no preference for hot or cold here. Just strength of summer, but that's a seasonal thing, not a temperature thing. Yeah, none of them appear to care much about the weather. Those dogs are not available for all nations. Ooh, right. I better check if I have that. What is it again? It is... Forgeable magical items, bless effect, nation description. Where do you see the magic stuff available? Researchable spells under S for spells. Conjuration, G for glamour. Fey Prince, 30. What was that dog thing called? Kuside. Well, buggery. We don't have access to that. Alright, so the dogs are out of here. What a shame. I could have done with those. Fey Footfolk. Caster summons a group of soldiers from the Dreamwild. Fey Footfolk. Why is this not showing up on my list of options here? Alright, I'm going to look for those Fey foot folk then. It is called Summon Fey foot folk. Why am I not finding it on the inspector tool here? Let's clear everything and just look for Fey foot folk. Just Fey then? Ah, it's because I don't know how to spell Fey. It's the American Fey, Jake. Oh, horrifying. Fey foot folk. Oh, hello. Slight problem, these guys will fall asleep. They do look pretty good, though. And the cold summon is cold power, ice protection, disease resist. Ice protection means that's negative in hot provinces. Do I have access to water to make things really cold in this nation? Not really, no. Alright, so this Fey Footman could be an early-ish conjuration at 4 to help me out. Any other Feys? There's just Fey folk. A group of Fey folk, small Fey creatures from the dream world. It says summon units 10. Are Fey folk an actual unit? Ah, would you look at that? Fey folk are a unit. Looks like a random assortment of motley individuals, though. They resist disease, they resist poison, they have very middling stats. Okay. I think when it comes to my summons, we invest our gems in getting ourselves Fey, Footfolk, Knights, and a Prince. They will be susceptible to the sleepiness, but the Knights especially I could order on a flank, so they avoid the worst of the sleep aura of my Sacreds. The Fey Knights themselves are not sacred. The Fey Prince is also not sacred. Oof. That's a bit of a shame, but most conjurations you don't pay for, and I can't imagine I pay for those. The Fey Footfolk are also not sacred. Even so, that's half decent units to add to my collection. Even so, that's just using the glamour gems. I do have access to a lot of nature gems as well. And good nature access paths. So let's also consider what nature summons we have. I suppose let's look at all conjuration spells. Damn, there's a lot. Damn, there is a hell of a lot. Illusionary Army. It's a really good spell for chaff. Illusionary Army. That's Evo 5. Gets me a lot of Illusion Warriors. These can be really annoying to fight against. Inanimate, Ethereal, Illusion, Amphibious. Mindless. They will not be affected by the sleep aura. And that's only one gem. The problem is it's combat. I don't get to keep them. That is a lot of them, though. That's evocation, huh? Better keep a note on that one. But yes, I'm interested in nature conjurations. I should probably look for generic only here. It's getting me a lot of national stuff that I'm pretty sure I won't have access to. Some low-level stuff here. But I probably need some more mindless creatures that don't fall asleep. I've never been a big fan of these bleeding vine men, right? Protection 7, 17 hit points, crappy stats. They're just a bit bleh. What's better than that? They're the Vine Ogres, but that's just a bigger, simpler target. Who plays this game? Well, I'm sure I'll play it eventually. Right now we're figuring things out. There are trolls, but they will go and fall asleep and such. Forest Giants? The Lamias? The locusts. Hey, there is the worm that walks, right? Where's worm that walks these days? Maybe that's an enchantment thing. How about all schools, rituals, things that I can get? Algae Men, Killer Mantis. The worm that walks, Thaumaturgy 8. The worm mage is pretty badass and he's extremely hard to kill. Because even if you kill him, he explodes into a load of bugs, and then the bugs will reform back into the worm mage. And he's a pretty handy mage of his own right. So you can do a lot of things with this guy. Just a very robust nature mage at the back of the cast is pretty useful, but he can thug out as well. What I'm seeing, though, is not a lot of opportunities to summon sacred units to add into my collection. So when making my build here... These warrior illusions aren't sacred, are they? No, certainly not. Yeah, when I'm building my bless, it's going to be pretty much 100% for those frontline viners. He can do water stuff as well. He's quite strong. Yeah, he's Thaumaturgy 8, of course, so stands to reason he's strong. Gifted Natured Bounty just wins you the economic game. Income plus 15% per dominion. And you can have 10 dominion in a province. Scary stuff. Ivy King? Aren't you another nature guy? Yeah, there we go. But again, you're not sacred. My opportunities for doing sacred stuff doesn't look too hot. Anyway, let's get rid of this for half a moment and start considering our build for these guys. I need to think around this guy. It's a damn shame. Like, those are sacred. Why can't this guy be sacred? It would solve a lot of my problems. The inspirational leadership doesn't actually matter that much, interestingly enough. Because of the mindless nature of most of my units, they're not going to run away anyway. The Fey Knights and the Fey Footmen I get are also... Well, I was going to say they're also mindless. They're not. Otherwise, they'd be immune to the sleep effect. Do the mindless sacred need to get paid? They do. 26 gold a year, which isn't too bad for a half-decent unit like this. Can these guys go in water, by the way? No, they are not amphibian in any way. Alright, this could end up being really, really tricky. I like that berserker part of them, though. Right, what can we reasonably do with these guys? I'm going to give myself 3 paths and everything, just to figure out what blesses might be useful for them. I really wish they did more with a bless effect in Dom 6. This is a very, very limited system, even for modding. This system is a pain in the arse. You know, it really doesn't use cross-pathing that much, which is quite sad. I mean, I'm sure, you know, give yourself 2 minutes and some imagination. You could imagine some pretty cool, I don't know, fire-water cross-path, you know, awakened steam vents. Your glamour blood cross-path. The ability to make enemies think that they're bleeding. Anyway, doesn't have that, so this is what we have to work with. Pretty sure Blood Surge doesn't work for mindless units, right? Or am I wrong? Blessed units will receive a Blood Surge when they kill someone. Lasts for a few rounds, does not take effect. Oh, it's when killing an inanimate. So we could Blood Surge. Blessed units transfer half of all incoming damage to each other. With good range, we have reasonable hit points on these units, 23. So we could do the traditional Blood Bond regeneration. They're very hard to hit. So they're very hard to hit, but quite fragile. So if you hit one, if it manages to lose half of its damage and disperse it to the others, who then regenerate, that would work quite well because they won't take afflictions. That would be quite the build. And I have to remember, the main thing that these Scorched Templars need to do is hold the freaking line. Yeah, the big thing that they're doing around here is they are creating a front line where they take hits, don't die, they put the enemy to sleep, they can land their hits, and they can hit pretty damn hard, 3 to a square as well. So I don't really need to I don't need to buff their killing power that much. Even against a thug, they're going to poison them to death. So the killing is a problem that is largely solved and does not need further solving. So I need things that keep them around for longer. That immense defense skill... Oh! They berserk, of course! Blood-bonded, regenerating, berserking Scorched Templars. Yes, because when you... Wait a minute. Berserk is a morale check. I think they might never go berserk. Do I have any super Dominion nerds that can confirm this? Mindless units might almost never go berserk, because I think berserk is a morale check. A morale check that they will always pass, and therefore not go berserk. Ooh, I don't know. I've never had a berserking mindless unit before. My gut says no berserk, but it's not. But I'm not a nerd. Let me go to Dominions Wiki Berserk. As far as I know, as soon as I get 1 damage, they go berserk. No, I'm certain it's a morale check. Let me see. When a berserker takes damage, they roll an open-ended 3d6. If the result is less than their morale, they become berserk. Open-ended 3d6. So even on a good day, you're rolling about 18, which is far less than 50. I'm going to make another search. What about berserk mindless unit? Maybe someone's had this problem before. So they... Oh, if it's less than their morale, they become berserk. Ah, right, I had that reversed. Okay, maybe they always go berserk then. Ooh. Alright, let's believe that. If it doesn't work, then we invest in death here, right? It's worth noting that we're investing in blood, which we don't have, and nature that we already have a lot of. Alright. It's kind of a cliche build, going blood, nature for blood-bonded regeneration, but if there was ever a unit that could make damn good use of it, then it would be this. Doesn't let you choose it unless you have enough points in it, of course. Regenerating, blood bonding. Incarnate only. Do I want anything else on my units? Because there's a lot that one could spend here. You do have blood, so you can berserk them with spells too. I do have blood? Astral Nature, Glamour, and Earth. Who's my blood mage? Oh, hang on, I do have random access to blood. Yeah, even on my mediocre mage. I just don't want the little midgets in battle. They're really freaking awful. I might have to, though. That's the thing. Because otherwise I'm not getting these good spells cast in battle. Hang on, Spell Singer? More time, but far less fatigue. Funny. Happy sub day, says Ander Pinette. Oh, most of my days are happy, but you've made it even happier. Cheers. Need to think about the god that we go with. Oh man, Elephant Idol. A huge golden elephant on wheels that has come to life. And it can move around the map. Has no real space for things added to it, but it's incredibly difficult to kill. And it tramples everything. And it's another mindless unit. It can even lead others. It's immensely expensive at 390 points. Compare that to, say, a sorceress for 120 or a monkey for 90. I don't think I want or need an awakened god. And in fact, the regenerating blood bond could wait for dormant or even imprisoned, depending on what I want these points for. Trying to think about the scales I want to have here. These guys cost quite a bit of recruitment and not a lot of resources. My resource expenditure, I think, is going to be quite low overall, whereas recruitment point is quite high. So that speaks towards having decent order. I don't like having lots of order, though. That's the thing. I feel like when you have lots of order, you get these nasty events that hurt you for it. Does that mean I could even go sloth? Reduce my resources. I don't see why I'd need a lot of resources. Yeah, we can be a little sloth, orderful. It's good to either go full heat or full cold. Do you have more points for something like hard skin or stats? I want to figure this out first. Growth is just an always good to go for thing. Statues are boring, but they can save me a lot of points, and I'm going to want a lot of those things, so I think I'm going to need to max out my Dominion strength as much as reasonably possible. Also, would you look at that? Blood. I need blood for my blood bonding, but nature. Nature's going to get really expensive for regeneration. Costs a ton. There we go. Let's just tab once. Who's the glowy green lass in Dawn 2? You mean the Nagasida? A Naga Sage? Physical and mental perfection. It's got some paths I don't really care about though, but it's a bit of a demigod. Not small enough to be one of the crappy little demigods. I'm eyeing up the Fountain of Blood, but I use the Fountain of Blood so often. Probably because it's the best way to get into blood. The game really needs more gods. I think there are mods for that. The Deva of Darkness, huh? You say darkness, it would be nice if it auto-casted darkness whenever it entered battle. Amazing thug chassis, by the way. 4 arms. 2 attack slots, 2 defense slots, although you could just put all weapons on them. Excuse me. Don't tempt me for for an awakened start here. Kills demons. You want max growth to have the growth power, right? And I meant having enchanted blood instead of regen, so you have more blessed points for the other. Enchanted blood. Blessed units regenerate half a hit point each round and gain magic resistance. Bleeding will stop almost at once. I think they can bleed. And that saves me quite a lot of points. The thing is, regeneration regenerates 3 hit points per round instead of half a hit point per round. There is the idea that I could go with you, right? And if I didn't go for regeneration and instead I went for... hard skin is 6 earth. It's 5 natural protection is pretty damn good for these things, though. But fortitude is also good. Half all physical damage. I also severely lack bless points here. If I wanted all this stuff going in. And I do want more growth. And I certainly want more Dominion. The thing is, I don't need further nature coverage, do I? Yeah, because we have pretty damn good nature access, right? We've got 2, and for expensive mage, won't take too long to get 3, and then boost that up yet further. But I do like having the guaranteed nature access and not having to do the awkward climb. That is some expensive nature, though. What was it? A nature 7 for regen. Whew, pricey. But I do like the fact that you come with a lot of Dominion, so I can boost that up quite easily. And maybe we do go cold rather than hot. I don't like the idea that these guys could be burned to death quite easily, especially if I'm fighting Abyssians. Although you can regenerate away a lot of the burning, and the burning's unlikely to cause any really bad things. Just toggle Imprisoned State for more points. Yeah, but the regeneration blood point only works when my god is around. So 200 points for 2 years of not having this on my sacreds. Sounds like it would impact my ability to snowball pretty badly. I would like to very quickly be able to bring these guys out to go and capture a lot of area. That means a lot of resources to get my mages out there, and the mages can capture glamour points, glamour sacred sites. Yeah, sites, magical sites. So I can get more glamour gems so that I can make my cavalry for a flank. Your sacreds have -1 death power, right? Oh, you're right, they do. But that means that the growth that I'm giving them is making them even more powerful. Yeah, death is bad, growth is good with negative death scaling. Do you have that? You don't. That reinvigoration is pretty damn good. It means they won't be bothered by hot or cold really that much at all. Patrol, gluttony, berserker. Okay, I think they're really, really strong with this setup, and I still have points to spare. Do I have points enough to want to get myself a cheeky little bless? Are there any blesses that really are cheeky? I'm trying to think if any of these would be worth putting on. There's, of course, Undying, and it's a way to break into death. Undying 2 hit points do get regenerated. Enchanted Blood is not incarnate. That's a plus point. It's also 4 bless points here. Whereas I could give them 6 additional hit points. Well, negative hit points, but that works really well with the regeneration that's up. The Fountain's such an uninspiring god. I know, it's a boring bloody god. But there are so few good sources of blood. What about the glamour blesses? I never even see them. Well, Sophie, there's Undreaming. Sacred units will be strong versus sleep effects. I hope my enemies don't take that. Heroism for experience. Sacred stealthy moves. That boosts stealth, it doesn't give stealth. True sight. Blur. Blessed units become blurred and difficult to see and attack in melee. Attacking units have the attack skill reduced by 2. Of course, True Sight and Spirit Sight ignore this one. All sacred units become stealthy. Blessed units get all 3. The thing is, I want them to hit me, make me angry, but not kill me. Snow move. I don't know what the question there is. Snow move question mark. They got forest survival, that's move through forest pretty well, and their map move is already pretty staggering at 20. And the Warlord gets 22. Quite nice. We have the God Forest that does nothing, that's weird. Trying to think if there's any cheeky little thing to add them, though. I have to remember that I think they're already really good at killing, and I want them to live longer if possible. Blood Bond regeneration does a lot of that. But I would still really love to do something about that awful protection of theirs, because a big hit could really, really ruin their day. If I had a ton of points to dump, I would throw it into Earth and get something like Fortitude, but then I am doing terrible things to the nation as a whole. It does, on the other hand, give me access into Earth, which I don't otherwise have. Oof, that is so expensive to get Fortitude. Winter's Gift gives snow moves since your scales are gold. I don't think that's a big deal, considering my movement's already going to be quite alright. I'd also have to dip into water, which I'm not keen on. Yeah, there's no way I can justify dunking that many points on Earth. Sacred Undead, well, we're not undead. Half dead doesn't work for us either. I think I mind giving them a touch of Undying, though. The problem is if I take Death, I'm going to be tempted to go to my beloved Wraith Lords, which I don't want to do. I use Wraith Lords way too often, I need to get comfortable not using them. What can be done with a little bit of dipping into earth? I can make them larger. What size are they? They're currently size 3. Making them size 4 is actually really bad. Lose a lot of efficiency on the square that way. They already have resistance from afflictions. I don't need them to be stronger. They already have reinvigoration. They're not inanimate for reconstruction. Fire and shock could actually be considered useful, but yeah, it's hard skin that appeals to me, but man, is that expensive. I think we say no to that. Like I say, dump regen. 23 hit points is not worth it. Enchanted Blood and others, I think, is better. You can also imprison 2, because most of your bless is then not incarnate. It's a good point. I do like that blood bonding. But we could consider that blood bond as a much later thing to do. The only thing this has is blood, though. But in that case, couldn't I... could choose another chassis altogether if I take that route. I swear Blood Bond didn't used to be incarnate. And what if we Blood Surge as well? I did say they're killy, and that does give them more defense, and even more attack means that they can do even more repel. Length 3 is really good for repelling. What if we just go blood, blood, blood? I'm still unsure if Blood Surge works on mindless units, though. I'm actually going to check that, right? Blood Surge Dom 6. No mention of it not affecting the mindless. That's a pretty bloody selection. But with that, I could really easily drop the Oracle, the Fountain of Blood, rather. Because this works better for a more cross-pathed god. Ideally one that already... Oh, what about Asura? Pretty cool god, though. He wears 3... Yeah, he's got 3 crown slots here. How's that for a guy you could thug out? Because all he needs is, what's this, 5? 5 in blood. And then we could actually invest a bit in death and air. Quite a bit, even. I love air. Yeah, I do really love air. No room for really more bless effects here, though. As an alternative, you could get vampire weapons to stay alive with a killing. Vampiric weapons needs 12 death points. 12 bless points, rather. Those wounded will take additional damage added to the blessed one's hit points. 3 armor nullifying drain damage. All weapons except natural ranged weapons. That's really good if you have multiple attacks. If I have a single attack and it's only that flat 3 AN, it's not by a long shot worth the 12 points there. But this guy, when he comes around, this guy could be kitted out to really, really lay down the law in a battle. Yeah, Hellbless is an idea, but I don't want to Hellbless. 250 spare points. I could really boost up the nation here with that. How much for that? Oh, it's water for the snow movement thing. What do I really think about this one, huh? We blood surge when we kill. Our enchanted blood means that we very slowly heal in a combat. We're not going to take afflictions anyway. Once this guy comes awake, the blood bonding is there, and when this guy's around, we have access to air and death, which we don't have access to before. But, hang on, do we have astral? We do have astral. It's, excuse me, we also have astral nature. Moonvine bracelet's a possibility. What I'm getting at is we could use astral for sight searching if we really want to get lots and lots of gems. Could be done. Your expensive units will be surrounded by weaker units. The auras are good. Your expensive units will be surrounded by weaker... You say weaker units. What exactly are the weaker units surrounding? I think until I'm able to get summons going, it's just Scorched Templars. I think everything else is just bad. I do need to make up numbers, though, and I will need stuff that can siege. So who's my siege chaff? These crappy sword champions at 5... Oh, that strength is really bad for sieging. Okay, I think it would have to be you, right? 7 gold for 1.2 siege strength. Yeah. That's quite grim. I feel really bad about this guy's survivability, though. He's not even sacred. Oh, wait, he'll be sacred when I make him my prophet. And he will be my prophet. And then you can divine bless all these useless guys. Didn't I have access to a level 3 priest? No. Oh, God. I got a crappy level 1 priest here. Oh. My ability to bless my units is looking hairy. You can give him some garments to make him blessed. Nope. Vines can't wear clothes. So this guy is forever just protection 8 with garbage here. It's kind of tricky to bless my units because my priest is naked. I could make my priest not naked, but then I'm investing in a 5 hit point guy to bless my units. That's quite bad. This means I'm really just going to have one good killing force, and if my prophet ever dies, I'm in for a bad time. Yeah, there's bishop fish, but I need water access for that, which I don't currently. Communions for sacred magic is a bit iffy. Well, it's very iffy. Who even does the communion? Yeah, from where is the sacred magic for that? Yeah, geez, the ability to bless these units is kind of crap. I think I have to treat my benefactors as extremely disposable priests. In fact, indie priests would probably be better. They'd have more hit points, and I just give them some kind of armor and tell them to get to work. So yeah, my ability to focus my units, or rather spread them out, is going to be very difficult. Alright, well, you know, that's difficulties. We face all sorts of those in life. I don't think I can reasonably invest anything else, unless I drop my my strength down by 1. Then I could pop 1 point into something, but I think I'd rather just get as many divine points as possible, crank out as many of the Scorched Templars as possible, and hope that they can clean up so I can snowball a bit. Is Bishop Fitch not pure aquatic, so no need for equipment? Well, he is aquatic. I have trouble getting into water because I have no water access, and the vines can't go in water. Actually, nothing can really get into water. I'd have to summon my way into the waters. Oof, God, there's a lot of holes in this nation, and I'm struggling to fill them. And once again, these guys need to be led by magical leadership, for which this guy has 50, and this guy does not. Oof. Maybe I should actually consider if I need a god that can get me watery. Also, fighting alongside my god blesses every unit, so for a big fight, Azura could come in and rain hell on my enemies. Hopefully not shooting my own units with Plague Bow. Actually, it doesn't affect inanimates, so it's fine if you use that on my own guys. You're also more powerful in Chaos, which I have gone against, so I'm actually weakening you inside my realm. You are much worse in non-Chaos. Ew. I have to rethink my usage of you then. But blood access is kind of low. The Devi of Darkness already leans into Earth if I really wanted that Earth. Unlike Asura, the Devi of Darkness doesn't struggle in order. Let me reconsider this for a moment. Well, I get the Earth access here, that's for sure. There's the 7 Earth if I really, really wanted to have Fortitude. Fortitude's probably better than Blood Surge Enchanted Blood. Your Sacreds are not inanimate. Oh, you're right. They're not inanimate. They are mindless. I forgot that one. Jeez, is Blood Surge Enchanted Blood better than Fortitude? Have income from Pierce, Slash, and Blunt. If I claim that they're already quite killy, they might not need that Blood Surging, but I do like Blood Surge. I wonder if that applies to the damage that gets distributed by half. That does get rid of all the healing, but I think I'm okay with that. What if we have this? What's the ETA for the Terror mod? Ooh, that depends on the Canadian. But I believe we plan on starting at 8 p.m. No, 9 p.m. UK time? 10 p.m. my time? Jesus, that's late. Maybe I should have thought about that before starting my stream so early. Well, you asked. Let me double check. According to what we're saying here, it's looking at 9 p.m. UK time, so 10 p.m. my time. It's currently 4:30. So yeah, like 5.5 hours from now. Very well. Alright, I'm thinking Fortitude Blood Bond. To hell with the regeneration. Even though Blood Bond with regeneration is so good. That way we take very little damage when we get hit. Everybody goes berserk. And then we start smashing our foes to death. Oh, that's all the more reason that Blood Surge is so good. But it's a lot of cost to go and get that as well. Because yeah, we're all going to be very angry and we're going to be killing. We'll be killing so much if I Blood Surge. That's a tough one, because I can turn these things into unstoppable killing machines, but they're still very, very fragile if I don't give them Fortitude. What would I have to spend to get all this, by the way? Minus 30 if I go that way. Okay, okay. If I just lean into another branch of magic, I can get this. It's expensive, but I can do it. I'm probably going to have to knock down my luck and my magical abilities. What magic path am I really looking for here? Probably water, right? If I say that I am struggling greatly on... Oh, how is that still minus 1 point? Oof. That's Forte... Alright, how about that then? Whew. With 8 protection, Fortitude is not great if you can get hard skin for cheaper. You think so? And I can get it for 1 cheaper. So Hardskin is 5 natural protection, whereas Fortitude is halving damage. Generally, it won't have magical damage. Or rather, you know, something like a fireball. I go from 8 protection to... No, I actually think that Fortitude is considerably better here. Let's say I get hit for 30 damage. It goes down to 22 with my regular protection. Then I take 11 of that and redistribute 11 to my allies. Alternatively, if I have hard skin, it's going to go down to... I've already lost my train of thought. 5 natural protection, huh? I am reflecting on the cheaper nature of it considerably. 48, 56... Such a shame that I can't boost their protection. There's also the thought that if I do lean into doing big casts to give them like Army of Gold or whatever, then the natural protection, I'd far rather they were fortituded up than having the natural protection stuff. That said, it's not like I have a lot of mages to do that. It's really just the god coming in and giving them the natural protection. I really think that fortitude covers more bases. I wanted 7 on this, but that's probably too much to ask for now. And Hardskin is also an incarnate-only thing. Okay. Alright, we've gone back and forth a lot, but I think I'll settle on this one. We've got some pretty so-so scales, although I'm happy for the growth stuff there, because it'll make these guys hit even harder. Man, those skills are going to be ridiculous if I... Once they start killing in combat and going berserk, they are going to clean up. But I really need them supported on the flanks, which is why I need to summon some phase. Alright, very good. You know what, Abaddon, since you've given us so much advice for this, you're going to be my god. Even though I went against some of your advice, that's okay. I mean, I'm the one playing, right? Do you like your numbers? Because I don't. You're not keeping your numbers. Okay, the god will be Abaddon. We had a hamster once. Our family hamster was called Abaddon. I don't think I appreciated him as much when I was a kid. He just looked like a smelly thing I had to clean up after, but now I wouldn't mind having one. Alright, all praise Abaddon. Without the numbers is better. Yes, praise Abaddon indeed. Right, now we can actually finally play, and probably die swiftly. I'm just going to use one of the maps I've already made, because I'm pretty sure I would have made them well enough. 127 provinces, but it doesn't scroll. I like wraparound maps these days. A random map I made for February. 153 provinces, that's a bit much. How about 108 provinces? Yeah, sounds about right. Land provinces, sea provinces. Alright, sure. How many nations will we have here? I think about 8 or so, sounds about right. Enter the game name. Oh, jeez. What is this place called? Ondmark Parasites stream. And there's not enough space for all of it. Wait, what? How is this working? Why is delete also doing backspace? Okay, that did not at all delete the way I wanted it to. Made in a garage by a couple of Swedes, this game, by the way. Ondmark Parasite stream. Middle Ages. And our nation is, of course, Ondmark. Now, there's a big question of what difficulty am I going to be playing as? How do you delete nations again? I think you go to none to get rid of them, right? Ugh. I don't want them random. I want to choose them. Well, is that true? I don't know. I want to make sure that we don't get the cavern whites here. Backspace to delete. N for new, I think. Backspace for delete? Oh, you know what? This is here for us. Backspace removes the last player. All right. And N adds a new one. Right, here's the question. What AI do I feel like playing on these days? I've become really annoyed by the high-level AI because all they do is they get a mountain of resources and you can't really strategically take them out. On the other hand, diplomacy is really overpowered, so I like to stop using that. I think I'm going to settle on difficult AI then. And they should probably be standard AI, because if the AI is ever defensive, they just sit in a corner and die. So standard AI, and I will choose some of the interesting nations here. Let's fight against some elephants. Let's fight against some Kalen thing. Let's fight against big. Yeah. Big monkey. Let's fight against Ulm. Sure, you'll do. I said I wanted about 7 or 8 foes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll add 2 more. I'm playing on Mighty with double starting army for the AI and diplomacy disabled. Feels quite nice. I agree on that diplomacy disabled things. Double starting army, is that a mod? And will it work with random gen? Because if so, I would like to get that for my AI so they don't fail on expansion so often. What am I looking at? Ooh, Crustacean Nation. I've had a hard time fighting those before, so let's add them in as well. Yeah, strangle in the crib. Do like to strangle them in the crib. But no, when the AI has really high difficulty, which I'm making finger quotes for, they get so many resources that you really struggle to just choke them out. They will outscale you like mad. Sure, give them these guys as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 foes. We're human, they're standard. Okay, very good. What I hate is that if you make a mistake on the setup, you have to do all the setup again. There's no going back and sorting things. Also, there's not a load button here. Why? Why do you have to go here and find the... Control L. Okay, Control L to load Abaddon. These are not pretenders I've made. It's just looking at vanilla files there. Alright, good enough. Abaddon. All praise Abaddon. Thrones. Throne of Ascension is fine. Cataclysm is not. We will require... I don't know. How about 7 level 1, 4 level 2, 3 level 3s? That way there are 24 points. Victory to those who have 18. Yeah, okay. Whoa, whoa, no. In Dominions 5, that was a separate thing. Now I have to go and set it up because I didn't do the other stuff. Okay, great. We got to do all that over again. Yeah, game is amazing. UX is dire. I can't even remember which map I was playing. I think it was map 1 here. Alright, what's this called? Ondmark Parasite stream. Mighty on a big map can get out of hand. That's my personal experience. Yeah, when I was fighting against the Cavern Wights, things got extremely out of hand. Now I can't remember the nations that I was fighting against. Still can't remember. I think I wanted elephants. I think I wanted Kalins. I think I also wanted my giant monkey friends. I strongly remember saying the word Ulm. And we're saying these on standard, difficult. More monkeys? Sure, more monkeys. I don't like giving them freaks. The freaks break very, very easily. Yeah, sure, take these things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a 7th one. I remember crabs. Yeah, I also remember adding some crabs. Who the heck were the crabs? We're making up all of this as we go along, by the way. I have not prepared anything you see here. And then again, Control L, the hidden hotkey for bringing back Abaddon. And now, let's not press OK until this is done. First, the thrones. I've already forgot. I think I said 18743. Sounds about right. Yeah, I hit OK there because on Dom 5, this is a separate window. But no, it's a tab here. One starting, just leave this as default. Rare. Score graphs are enabled. Diplomacy is off because it's too strong. The AI doesn't use diplomacy pretty much. But the human player can just diplomacy an enemy for free and stop them from doing anything. Max Hall of Fame. Yeah, 5 is fine. Not that it should matter, but set the AI to human levels as well. Random, standard research. Didn't I have an opinion on that? I think for a stream, standard research is too slow. I'm okay putting it on easy. That works for the AI as well as me, so it's not really a boost for me. Renaming must be allowed. Master password is disabled. Cheat prevention is disabled. Is that everything? Okay. You can't even save and quit in this bleeding game. If we have any Super Dominion nerds that know how to get automated per turn saving, I would love that, because this game by default is just, there is one master save and that is it. And of course I've forgotten all of the controls. I think Control M? There we go, that's map movement, and I feel like the number 9 was something I press for the names. Okay, we're into the game. It only took us 2.5 hours to get this far. Now we might even consider playing. Except I can't remember the controls. R for recruitment. I think E for end turn, so hopefully I don't do that by accident. I'm a little concerned that there being 2 thrones right next to me, because it's difficult to expand into thrones early on. They're well protected, and if they're level 2 or 3 thrones, they are extremely well protected. I got water access here, but I can't get into the water. I've got a really, really, really nice province right here. Massive income, excellent population. Population's competitive with my own, actually. Even the resources are good because it's surrounded by mountains. So the Castle of Baal is a huge priority. So my first little scout is going in there to investigate. And we are going to have our starting guy here be our prophet. I can't think of a good reason not to. Who wants to be our prophet then? Abaddon is our god. So who will be our prophet? Blind expand into Olm, you wuss. Nix knows what he's talking about, and it's nonsense. You know, Shadowcries lives a hard life, so Shadowcry will be our prophet. How do I do that again? Where are the controls? Here we go. Become prophet. You go sneaking, and I must recruit. Pretty sure my strategy is just get as many of these things as possible. I keep trying to right-click to get rid of them, but it doesn't work that way. I need to try and remember how to play this bleeding game. Do I want to start getting magic going as soon as possible? These guys are fairly cheap. I need to get my recruitment points spent on something. It's just expanding is good. I can't use that money on anything better for now, unless I really want some crappier units here. I know there's a way to do it, but I just copy my save into a save folder. I'd rather it was automated. Takes me out of the gaming experience to constantly be copying over my my saves like that. I can front load the expenditure of resources on the next unit like that, so let's just have that on repeat recruitment for now. Let's take a look at our starting army. What's the button for that again? N? No, N is next. Idling guys at Y? Yeah, here we go. Whoa! I was saying how useless these units seemed, but the game has given me a ton of them. Like a ludicrously large amount of a standing army. Maybe I already have the double standing army mod installed. Surely not, but I'm leading more units than I can. Is that going to have a negative effect? Probably. I hope you appreciate that I'm watching this while I could be watching Hans Cape on Streaming Mortuary Assistant right now. I'd probably watch that over this myself. Yeah, is this really a problem that you have too many units here? Your skills are garbage. Your skills are also garbage. The game probably looked at these units and said they're terrible and gave them all to my commander, even though I have too many. Whatever, you know, if it's going to give it to me, I'll take it. But that does mean that I'm going to need another commander to lead all these guys, and it might have to be a warlord. You know what, if I think warlords are so good, then I'm probably going to take both of them over this. They're not holy, so they're not taking up my recruitment anyway. Alright, I'll get 2 additional ones. And then we're going to march on in and hopefully take Castle of Baal. Works for me. When it comes to research, what's research again? I thought it was F5. Yeah, there we go. We've got alteration, construction, enchantment. I really wanted to get my way through. He checks the Dom 6 inspector tool. Conjuration, 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 evocation. Those Fey folk are tempting to go for, but is there any better magic that I should go for early? I can't think of wanting to thug anyone out. No, I really can't. And I can't think of any construction things that I could really want. Boosters, I suppose. Couldn't hurt to have construction 3 at the ready before I go mulching down to conjuration 5. Let's take that. Normally you can... Normally, never you can get... some events can give a commander more units than they can control. Sometimes you get an event where a crummy, I think, low-level priest is commanding a huge number of militia, for example. And he will keep that command until you reorganize his troops. So it is actually vanilla. Although I'm still sure it's unintended. This map is like Mario 64. There are parallel universes. Alright, let's go. E for end turn, as I recall. Proclamations, eh? Shadowcry will be our prophet. Damgal Nana the Sword Commander for Zeus. Yam the High Axe Chieftain. And Sondreti the Champion. These don't sound like my custom names. Although I could be wrong about that. Actually, I think the custom names list isn't operating here for these guys. I think I had that problem before. What was causing that? Oh, buggery. I need to sort that out. Okay, well, no custom names list until I do this. I forgot, whenever I set up a DOM game, I need to change the unit ID allocation to make the custom name list work. So no custom names in this run, it seems, except for the ones we rename ourselves. Why do I have that triangle here? What does that mean again? Ah, okay, that's the... Oh no, the dire pig just gives me unrest in my capital, and there's bugger all I can do about that. I don't really want to dedicate my force to hunting and slaying him. Not sure I want to dedicate my forces to militia, knights, and longbowmen in the castle of Baal. But maybe I have to. Yeah, it's an invisible unit that can be patrolled out, but do I really want to start my game doing that? I might be better off waiting until I have a bigger army to deal with this, so I should probably go into Sharants and then Clock Tower, and then ruin all of their days. So how's that going to work? Wait, where did all these things come from? Ah, he dropped his extra units. Interesting. Okay. We can make this work somehow. I think you just hang around here. There's not much for you to do. And you can shuffle more units in to reinforce Clock Tower. But the rest of you are going into Sharants. Unless I think that my crappy starting army can... my crappy small amount of Scorched Templars can handle it, which I don't currently. So, you need to cast spells. I want you to live a lot. You don't have the sleepy aura around you, but you're very important, so you're going to be guarded by a bunch of male-barded moose warriors. Whilst our setup here will, of course, be the Scorched Templars taking front and center. They can move in whilst the units here, and even the units here... wait, that was the Scorched Templars. Seem to be having a hard time selecting the Scorched Templars. Ah, that's why I didn't segregate them. There we go, Scorched Templars up front. Commanders protected by the army. The Scorched Templars should just advance, so... just attack. Move towards the enemies, engage them in melee, make them all sleepy. And then I want these guys to hold and fire. Hold your position and shoot your arrows at them. In fact, I'm going to divide you into 2 and have you on the flanks. And then when it's time for engaging, hopefully they move in from the sides. And then you guys are going to be holding and firing. Because I just want you to shoot. Now, hopefully you don't shoot my Templars to death, because you are incredibly inaccurate. But who knows, you might actually help out some way. I think 10 plus of your Sacred can handle most indie units as long as you don't have a range. As long as they don't have range. I think so as well, but when you don't test your build, you can feel really about this. What about you? I actually just want you to hold. You getting involved in battle is a good way for you to die easily. So just hold and then stay behind the troops. Alright, that should handle it. Over here we continue to recruit more Scorched Templars. We've ran out of money already. Amazing. But let's get moving. Why so little money? Unrest is hurting the income of my capital. I think it's already hurt it by about 100 ducats. Which is extremely annoying. So I might actually have to go and patrol it down later on. Alright. 2 commanders are doing nothing. Well, I know what's in here. I don't need to know more. This is awkward. Barbarians, yeah, they can chop my units, my sacreds to death. Vine ogres won't be put to sleep. Heavy infantry, yeah. The 18, however, is going to make Ulm impossible for me to take for a long time. So unfortunately, that means I only really have 4 provinces next to me. To make things even worse, soulless, long dead horsemen, they're gonna slaughter me. Watchers and Manticore. Wait, Watchers, aren't those the statues that cast lightning? Okay, that is awful. That's 2 provinces I can't actually take. So our starting position is grim, really grim. We need to strike out and take Albion and Castle of Baal, so we actually have an economy here. Ugh. Oh well, bad times. Alright, Charance, let's see. And where are my settings, I believe? And I hate it when streamers don't do this. Press C so I can clearly see where the enemy, where the units are. Because this can be very hard to see on a stream. So, the Arbalisters do their shooting. They do their missing. Looks like they hit 1, 2, 3, 4 in a volley. Although, to their credit, that spooked the militia enough for them to already run away. If anything, I think I'm more likely to kill my own units. They're being shot back at. And then in come the sleepy dudes. And they're blood surging. Yeah, okay, good to know that they can blood surge then. Suddenly their skills are going way high. He's not berserking though. Hang on. Did the guy that took damage berserk? Okay, riddle me this. This guy took damage but didn't berserk. I'm starting to wonder if mindless units cannot go berserk. Oh god, no! Right, I'm quite certain that they cannot go berserk now. That's pretty bad. Although I'll tell you what I can do. I can kill them with my own ranged units, and I think that's what's happening to them. That guy actually took an affliction. Alright, so our presumption that they won't take down... our presumption that they will be able to go massively berserk seems to have been false. One of them's died already and become a great boar. I wonder if he remains in my army, assuming I don't skewer that boar to death. Okay, the lesson here, do not mix my ranged units with my my sacreds. Because the ranged units are just killing my sacreds. Yeah, the boar can go berserk. Although none of them are. That's weird. It said if the roll is lower than morale, they go berserk. Now I want to check that berserk again. Whenever a berserker takes damage, they roll an open-ended 3d6. If the result is less than their morale, they become berserk. Oh my god, you know why they're not going berserk? Mounted units can never go berserk. And they count as mounted on the vines. Bollocks. Okay, right, we've made a terrible mistake. Oh well, we'll roll with our mistake. I think this army is actually good enough without the sacreds. I'm curious if those sacreds remain alive, though. Oh, that just made them even stronger, by the way, if it works that way. Do I keep them? Yes! Oh, that is very, very good. It's a damn shame that they actually took those afflictions, by the way. Affliction resistance 2 and weakened, never healing wound, and battle fright. At least battle fright doesn't affect these guys because of mindless. Okay, right, we've learned a few lessons here. One is that I do not want these guys in combat now. Not with these ranged units. But the ranged units seem like they can handle this mightily well. So my thought is thus. I'm going to move in here. I'm still going to take this, of course. These guys are going to be on bodyguard duty, so they don't rush into combat. And I'm going to have them sit at the back. You are still mindless, so you will not be put to sleep. And I'm still going to fire on the enemy. Probably just shoot them to death. I'm going to recruit another batch of these units, because they just got even stronger, by the way. I'm still losing income and gaining unrest on my capital. I must patrol this out. Random events can just absolutely screw you. There was someone that had their capital collapse at the start of the game. So your capital has the fortification, the laboratory, the stuff. They had an earthquake in their capital, leveled it, and they just couldn't build back up because this is a very snowballing game. Also, I'm immediately seeing that El Salvador is controlled by Winstein. And there's Winstein, the capital of Winstein. Now, I could go and strangle him in the grave, in the cradle, rather. Soon to become his grave. But the slight complication here is that I've discovered that my army is, or my capital, rather, is falling apart. So do I have an uneasy border with Winstein? Don't know. I don't like my situation already, and it's only turn 3 or so. It's not a good time. There's something I wanted to watch about that battle, by the way. I wonder, when we transform into the bear thing, are we still blessed? So in a way, it's good that I shot my own units half to death here, because it allows me to investigate things. They are really, really susceptible to ranged attacks, though. That is bad. If I'd considered that, something like an air shield would have gone quite far. And the blood bonding is a lot less useful now that I don't have regeneration and we don't get no regen and no berserking. On the other hand, here we go. When they transform, they get 20 hit points. The protection is... Okay, now that thick skin is looking really good, isn't it? Oh, they trample. Size 5 trampler. That's a little awkward, because then suddenly they can't go 3 to a square anymore. It gets really awkward if they all transform. But they remain blessed, so that's really good. The Great Boar is very vulnerable, but... Yeah, there's no buts. He's very vulnerable. But it's a second take on life for them. And look at him, he can charge in and trample these guys. Can they trample each other? No, you trample enemy troops, not your own troops. There are some rare occasions where 2 different armies can occupy a same tile. I have seen it happen before. But I don't know mechanically how it plays out or how it even happens. Right, so awkward. Our life is awkward. What do we do about it? I think we march in here, take this, and then we have to patrol our capital because we cannot handle this wild boar unrest. What a crap event, by the way, to get. And then we're going to take our army and take the Castle of Baal. The question is, can I do that with my sleepy units? Or, despite the risk of shooting myself to death, do I bring in my ranged units as well? Haven't decided yet. Missian. Go and check out Shikoku and tell me what's on the other side of that water. But yes, let's go in here and take it. Ugh, just don't have the resources because of the freaking wild boar. This is really, really bad. Alright, Ulm have got their Lord Guardian. Weinstein have Edgar the General, and we have fought in Clock Tower. And again, I purposefully put these guys on guard duty so that they don't... Why are you injured? It shows you as injured. See the little bar here, but they're not actually injured. How strange. Alright, alright. They're on the back row so they don't get shot by my own units, and hopefully I just have enough of an arbalister and bow volley that these guys morale out before they even get to me. They, on the other hand, have their own projectiles, but these guys are shielded, right? Yeah, they got hoplons. So hopefully they can block any incoming damage. And if it hits the moose has barding. So actually we're well suited for... In ranged versus ranged, we are well suited. Despite our horrific lack of accuracy. Don't have to be accurate if the enemy is all just grouped together like that. And yeah, when they come towards us, the lance, right? You think you charge in with a lance, but no, the lance just gets used. So when he comes up to this guy, it's not showing what this guy's even done, right? There we go. The lance will just do its damage regardless of if you're charging or not. So, blip. It's a one-time use item, but it's a very powerful surgical strike weapon. Yeah, it gets used once, cannot be used to repel. This weapon cannot be used by a unit that's dismounted. Huh, interesting. My problem is if you start shooting here, you're going to do a lot of friendly fire, so please don't shoot here. Alright, they're routing. The what horse archers? My moose archers with their accuracy 4. Don't actually know how the game calculates accuracy landed attacks. By the way, we're bringing the bushes to life. And it looks like the Wolf Tribe warriors are not happy about that and are legging it. Oh, that was pretty good. Credit where it's due, the game did give me a pretty impressive starting army. And we took no losses. Yeah, good starting army. Like I said, bringing these guys into the front lines would just get them shot by my own units. No air shield or anything to keep them safe. Alright, alright. I could really aggressively choke Weinstein. I actually think my army might be able to do that, but if I lose that, I just lose, period. And I can't patrol out the wild boar of Ondmark, which I do really need to get rid of. But I really wanted Albion. But I really want Castle of Baal. Alright, I suppose we go here, we route out the wild boar, and then we take Castle of Baal. And then maybe I just take an early fight with Weinstein. Just knock him out the park, even though I have very few resources. And I do have very, very few resources. It's just, my army is good, but very counter-synergistic. As you saw, my units will shoot my sacreds. And I think my units on their own will, my ranged units on their own will not be enough to deal with this. That's the reason I didn't want those ranged units to begin with. What can I do here? What I could do is race into Albion. Oh, but I need to patrol down Ondmark. These guys any good at patrolling? There we are. No patrol bonus. Oh, their patrol strength is pathetic. Well, that's quite bad. The patrol strength of my mindless Scorched Templars is a lot better. Yeah, I'm looking at that patrol bonus. What I could do is... Starting to wish I'd moved you over here so that you could collect my sacreds. He's thinking, and he's still thinking. Alright, here's a thought. I could leave you guys behind, and then pick them up with you, and then bring them back here and patrol this down. During that time, my main army goes and secures Albion. And maybe just in general secures area around Weinstein so he cannot have it. And if he wants to pick a fight with me, then too bad for him. The question is, can I take on militia, light cavalry, and heavy cavalry? The heavy cavalry is a big problem for me. They'll charge in and cause me all sorts of issues. But there's only going to be a few of them, right? And if I'm confident that we can handle any incoming attacks, surely I should just take the chance. One issue is that I'm sending in my my priest here. If my prophet dies, then that's freaking game over, man. It's a big thing to bounce back from. And of course we don't have leadership for one of them to take the whole army. It's all or nothing on this. What about your non-mindless units? Oh, you mean for doing the patrolling? Right. These guys are good for it. What if I had another one of you to lead it? Because then we could do a patrol next turn, potentially. Alright, alright. I'm moving on in Albion, because I want it. Who are my non-mindless units, anyway? You're non-mindless, and your patrol strength is terrible. Yeah, sadly my sacreds are my best patrollers. Ooh, that is so bad. I don't want to waste their time patrolling, but this event I got at the start is just so bad. It's bad in general, but getting on your capital, it's doing a big number of my income. What have we picked up in terms of generics here? Wolf Tribals and, ooh, Indie Mage, or Indie Priest. Frustratingly, he's more expensive than my crappy little guy, but I think I'd still prefer him. Upkeep 34 as opposed to upkeep 32, but it's better to have the double hit points. Although this guy is stealthy. Stealthy Priest is pretty good. It's just for combat, I'd rather have the other one. Nothing saying I can't have both, though. Alright, it's a little risky, but I think we charge into here and try and take Albion. If Weinstein moves in there with an actual army, I'm in big trouble, but trouble is what we're made of. But he was in El Salvador, he didn't go to the passage, so maybe I can snipe Albion and put a bit of pressure on him. Yeah, okay. Pick up the Sacreds, go back, patrol out. This is such a slow start. It would seem that Nika is over here in Kvatch. Tell me more. Alright, Bandar log with Arnold J. Rimmer. Right, so the custom names will work for the normal guys. Alright, we got to witness a battle in San Paulo, so I can figure out what Kvatch is up to, but how did we do in Albion? As expected, there are not a lot of heavy cavalry units. They're pretty decent, but they tend to struggle heavily on morale. Like, they move in, they deploy their lance, they fail to hit with their Morning Star, and then they run away, is how it usually goes down. The problem is they might attract a lot of fire, which I would rather went towards the other units. I did assert earlier that I think I win in a ranged engagement. Let's hope that that's the case. Oh dear, oh dear. Don't shoot at these guys, you're gonna hit my own guys! Okay, good, good. We didn't tell the Arbalisters to shoot them. There we go, as expected, they're immediately running away. Yeah, heavy cavalry are god-awful in melee. They're a shock troop for the flank, and if you just have a small amount of them like that, they charge in and just die. Presenting me with this opportunity to ruin their lives. Another Arbalist volley. They can't hit a damn thing. They will never be accurate. No amount of fluffing I can do for these units are going to make them hit the broadside of a barn door. So I don't intend on making more of these guys. They're just going to be my expansion party for now. Which in a way is good. It means that I don't need to use my my priest on one of these. Oh, one of the riders got shot off the moose, so the moose just went in and charged. We've all played Long Dark, right? How does engagement with moose work out? Yeah, not well. Better run. Yeah, I saw Word of Stone coming in to help. Alright, good job. I mean, the guys are fast here. You don't get to see their existing ammunition, but I'm pretty sure they expended all of theirs, which is why they went on a war charge there. It was either that or the enemy was too far away. I didn't count the turn number. Anyway, very good. Two of my guys got shot off their moose, and we don't keep the moose. The moose just wanders off. It's not a smart mount that goes back home or anything like that. Alright, good. Now what happened in Sao Paulo? Ah, well, I do not want to have to engage this. A full frontal of bipedal elephants. Some naked, some less naked. Plate Curious Protection 18. With twin spiked clubs. There is one good thing about this. Okay, so question. How do you think this fares against my Sacred Vine unit? They got pretty high protection. They're huge. They got a lot of hit points, but these are their skills. But they got a lot of high strength and 3 melee attacks. Plus armor. How do you think they do against my guys? Obviously, it's hard to tell without seeing the engagement, but I think I destroy them. Don't want to be wrong, and I could be wrong, but I think I destroy them. And the reason is that their spiked clubs are only length 1, goes up to length 2 because it's being held by a giant unit. My thorn things are length 3, meaning I can repel them. Repel is a check of attack versus defense, and their defense skill is, well, this guy's pretty good, but these guys, terrible. So I should be able to repel them, and then I can poison them to death if I can't just kill them outright. Are those Are those elephants poison resistant? Ah, it's okay. We have strong poison. They resist 15, but we do. They resist 5, but we do 15 poison. Don't underestimate heavy infantry, by the way, though. Those broadswords can land and hurt. Crippled, chest wound, never healing wound. I think this Nikan Basher is not long for the world. Oh, he's dead. I've never eaten elephant. Despite elephants being my favorite animal, I wouldn't have a problem eating them. I'd like to try it someday. I mean, maybe their flesh is pretty good. It's hard to imagine how it would be. I was finally able to have bear meat, which I wanted to try for quite some time. They were serving it in Estonia. I thought it would taste more gamey than it did, but maybe they just seasoned it heavily. Anyway, unsurprising that the ginormous bipedal elephants are scattering these militia. But it's concerning to see these guys so close. It's attack versus attack. Really? I thought it was attack versus defense. I'm pretty sure it's attack versus defense. So the person doing the repelling, you check their attack versus the defense of the person attacking them. Which is why if you have a short weapon, even if you have a great attack skill, if your defense skill is crappy, then you can just be repelled out of existence. But again, I haven't touched this game in quite some time, so my knowledge is rusty and not to be trusted. Bear is a known delicacy, big part of US movement westward. I prefer to have my day not thinking about Americans. Please don't ruin that for me. Right, well, we took Albion. Do we continue to harass Weinstein? Because I could continue my harassment by taking Korsperot Passage. Or even Castle Shikigami and just working my way around. If I ensnare Weinstein... Well, he's almost definitely going to strike out against me if I ensnare him, but... It ruins his ability to generate resources. It generates me more resources. And then you'd like to think that I spend my time building up my sacred army so that when it does come to wartime, I send in the Parasites and choke him. And then I'm in a much better position if I hold 2 capitals. Because currently my position is obnoxiously bad because of the starting event that we got. Oh, it's just awful. Anyway, Aragras, go and pick up our dudes. Bring them back, please. The ones that we do have, get over here. And I would like you to patrol, please. We really need to kill this this boar because it's killing my my capital. Ah, man, I am struggling on resources badly. From the stream length, I assume that 3 hours are spent looking at nations, of course. 3 hours, 8 minutes, yes, actually. Alright, alright. I'm going to move around and choke out Weinstein. I don't know what he's going to do down south, and I'd love to have a scout or two to figure out. Oh, would you look at that? A scout or two. Jeez, game provideth. Missians. Right, we found Nika. This is our capital. Frustratingly, they have quite a lot of uncontested control here. Wait, is Nathia one of the other nations? Where's the nation list? That's my nation. Who are the enemy nations? Neka, Chahor, Zishai, Nathia. Okay, okay. This could be good, could be bad, depending on how Nathia expands. Because although these thrones are a huge pain in the bum, stopping me from harvesting all of their strength into capitals. In case you're not aware, generally there's cap circles or province circles. So Ondmark here, because it's got a fort on it, will harvest the resources from adjacent provinces. And that will boost the gold income of these provinces, but also the resources and recruitment points here, which are needed for making my units. But you have to own the provinces. I don't own Ulm or Cerulean, and with them being heavily defended by throne units, it's very unlikely that I can take them over anytime soon. Cerulean... Ah, geez, Watchers are so freaking horrible. Let's see if we can put a number on how horrible, because they might not be the worst version that I'm thinking of. Tell me about the unit Watcher. Yeah, that's them. They hurl lightning at you, which does immense armor mitigating damage. That would kill me. So I really cannot touch this place. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad. So, if anything, that makes Ulm look more takeable. But the huge Etin is there. I know you're thinking, what in the world is an Etin? Well, don't you worry, girly. I got you covered. This is a big-ass Etin. It's going to come and club me. Ooh, but this isn't the one that can pick up and eat. And his defense skill is arse. Although his great club is length 3, so I can't parry that, or repel that, rather. Okay, okay, Ulm is looking a bit better for taking now. That means Cerulean City can act as a bit of a blockade, so Neka and Nathia, if either of them start to get a taste for Parasites, sure they can come in through Shirantz or up through Bob-on Battlefield, but generally they're unlikely to go through Cerulean City. Ooh, that's kind of bad. Castle of Baal connects to Shikoku. I need to take Castle of Baal pretty quickly then, or else it's bad news for me. Quite a lot of bad news for me. Why am I seeing so much bad news? Okay, with any luck, either this turn or next, we patrol out the giant boar, and then my sacreds are going to take the Castle of Baal. Wait a second. Shadowcry, you need to bless those sacreds. They don't need to be blessed, but that blood surge is still damn good. And I don't suppose either of you got enough experience to lead more units, did you? No. What you could do is absolutely leg it over there, though. Whee! But the Obra Dinn is a long journey away, huh? There's also a morale check too, though, so that's a step after, apparently. But since we're mindless, don't we win repel? No, it's for the person being repelled, I think. Because they can just walk into it and take extra damage, but still do their attack, as I recall. I don't know. Repel is cool, but understanding it is a different story altogether. Right, I've got even more problems to worry about now. What do I do here? Maybe you could get over there. No, you've got movement 22, and that's 23 units of movement. Is that really true? What if I tell these guys to suck a lemon? No, I still can't get there in time. I actually think moving to Obra Dinn will be easier if I own Castle Shikigami. Isn't it faster to move through provinces that you control? I might be wrong about that one. I'm trying to think of a way to consolidate my army but get my my dude out of there. Because if he gets caught over here and Weinstein kills him, then I lose my profit and I lose a lot of power that way. Or I hold off one turn and I don't take Castle Shikigami, which is also quite bad. Could also take the Corpse Rot Passage. Frees me up a lot more. Although I'm stuck there, and if I want to advance, I have to go to El Salvador, which is also quite bad. I think these would not stand up very well against a real attack. What has he got, anyway? Right, that's Weinstein. Sea Space Echo. He's apprehensive with me. He has his own crossbows, and unlike me, he knows how to fire them. But he's got pretty low protection on those guys. Pretty decent protection on his camels, and they have Cataphract Barding, so they are difficult for me to take care of. You know what you did. Harassing Sea Space Echo is starting to seem like a worse and worse idea the more I read. Alright, here's my compromise. These guys have map move 12. Is that enough to get them home? Probably not. I'm going to leave them there. You're going to scarp her home. Yep, that's fine by me. I'm going to take Corpse Rot Passage, hopefully, and then I'm going to double back, collect the rest of you with a spare unit. You didn't do your patrolling. I thought I told you to. What's patrol? Shift P? It's probably X or something. Patrol province. Okay. I want to know more about what's going on around here. Head on south. And you head in there. Alright, so hopefully I'm able to take this. Keep you balanced out. And then also hopefully I don't get attacked in Albion. If I do, it's not very well defended, but that's fine. But we get my profit back with the rest of the dudes, and then we march north to take Castle of Baal, probably Isengard and the Clamshell Theatre as well. Is Almethea one of my opponents? Almethea is not one of my opponents. Okay, good to know. So I should be able to go up and around, and we surround Ulm. It's really messy, really messy already, but this might work. I don't want camel warfare. Seems dangerous. Alright, we killed some filthy brigands, but we did not take care of the boar thing. Do we take care of these Wolf Tribe warriors with their javelins and their hatchets? Single hatchets? I thought you got. I thought these guys had 2 of them. Shouldn't be too hard to send them packing though, because their morale is garbage. If they end up taking a few bits of damage, they're going to run before they even get to me. Although that relies on me actually landing hits, and as we've learned, that's something we struggle to do. Oh dear, those hatchets could be a big problem for my moose. On the plus side, the moose really doesn't like humans. Alright, that should send them packing a bit. Unfortunately, we're deciding to shoot over there instead of here. Okay, but that detachment is running away, and now it's just these Javelineers. Our half-decent Hoplon shield, so it's better than half-decent. Protection shield 19 with parry 4, that's great. Should be able to handle the oncoming javelins. That poor moose is going to be someone's dinner real soon. Moose natural protection of 6 plus barding for 18. Damn, that's good. Alright, that should be these guys long gone. Meow. Having very high armor and or very high protection has diminishing returns. As you can see with this guy, right, he gets 6 natural protection and 14 armor, which does combine rather nicely up to 18. But if you have something like 20 and 20, you end up with protection that's nowhere near 40. So ideally you have one of them that's really high and the other one that's just moderately high. Of course, you know, if it's high and high, great, but you generally have to invest in that. Right, so... Weinstein is almost certainly unhappy at what I'm doing here. But that's okay, I can handle unhappy people. I've been handling them all my life. Question is, what do I do here? Am I still obsessed with routing out this demon boar thing, or do I think that taking Castle of Baal is more important? The thing is, I have patrolling troops. Holy hell, look at this! My general defense on my capital is approximately 2 trillion moose. I think the game has looked at how god-awful they are at precision and assumed that they are awful units. How in the... Oh, right. They have terrible patrol strength, so that's also why they're not able to find that boar of their own accord. Okay. Interesting. I wonder what my enemies get as their patrols there. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to be Moose Empire, but that's how the cookie is crumbling. Right, Adagas, go into Albion and help pick up the rest of those units and then continue the choking of Weinstein. Meanwhile, Shadowcry, you will be in charge of the army. Still don't want you being sniped, so you will get a couple of these as your bodyguards. In fact, pick up the wounded and make them the bodyguard. Is there a way to just see what the wounds are? Yeah, chest wound, weakened, never healing, battle fright, chest wound. What does chest wound do? I thought that's just encumbrance. A little bit of strength down, that's not going to matter too much. Alright, these guys can still fight well in the front lines. Get out there. I'm going to keep a second leader with them. Because these guys are fairly fragile to projectiles, I want a backup so that my troops don't end up scattered if they fall. But then comes the question, do I patrol or do I go to Castle of Baal? I think I take Castle of Baal. The returns are better there. And once I finish the circle, if this bloody boar is still here, then we can take it out later. But I need to keep recruiting units here. You're moving out. You're moving that way. That leaves nobody to do the patrolling. All right then. I really want to do the patrolling, so we'll have a backup unit for that. Moving out to combine forces in Albon. Relatively defended. Moving out in Castle Baal. That is not a lot of units to take on somewhere between 40 and 80 militia knight and longbowmen. Again, that longbowman part makes me worry, but they're the last in the list, so we know that there's the fewest of them. C and I for cripple and limp, but no key for fright, shockingly. Distinct lack of hotkeys. Oh well, what can you do? So I'm concerned about being shot to death, but I'm also concerned about... I have a lot of concerns, basically. Since I have some knights here, I'm going to be on hold and attack closest. That way I always make sure that we take out anybody that's trying to kill my commanders. I want you to just hold and stay behind the troops. I'm going to hold that command. You just cast spells and then you two should be together. Should be. It's still very risky that we get shot to death by longbowmen. Not having any reinforcements is dangerous, but not taking Castle of Baal quickly is also dangerous. It's a really good province bordering my fort, my capital fort. I need it. In fact, my capital fort has been so ravaged by that freaking unrest boar. The Castle of Baal is richer than my capital. Which means I need to know what's happening around here. So I'm going to send you up into Haarlem. Yes, up into Haarlem, and then I want you to see what's beyond the bridge there. If Abaddon were alive right now, he would tell me the location of all of the thrones of ascension. But of course, we don't know that because he's not alive. Bear Tribe Shaman shouldn't be relevant for this run. Against Knights and Longbowmen, I say you lose some, or maybe even the fight. Let's test out if I'm right, says Abaddon. I do think this is a very, very scary fight. But one has to remember that my dudes transform into boars, which will at the very least stampede over their militia. My hope is that the knights come in first. I just ravage the knights because we're stronger than them. And then we blood surge our way to victory. But that is only a hope. So let's see how it goes. But yeah, the chance of losing this fight is reasonably high. That is actually a good reason to patrol instead. If I patrol instead, I can get an additional 5 units into that fight. Which I might need. It's probably better than risking, actually. Okay, that's what we do then. You two are on patrol duty. What the heck is patrol? X. Wait, it's not X. It's capital X. That's why that wasn't working. What is X then? Oh, God knows. God even wants to know. I think this game respects caps lock in that regard. Okay. Pathetic. You see the guides on playing Dominions, and it's like in 1 year, in your first 12 turns, you should have 20 provinces if you're playing single player. And even if you're playing multiplayer, it should be about 15. Where are we right now? We're in early autumn, and we've taken 1, 2, 3, 4 provinces. 5 if you include the capital. But, you know, only people that have lost their passion for this game would ever test their builds. Crippled unit dies on the march. That's fine. It's just mooses and whatever. A handful of magic gems. One very big one that fits in my hand. We still have not located the boar, of course. Alright, well, we add more units and we contemplate the boar killing. He's generating so much bloody unrest, though. And I really want the Castle of Baal. Oh, there might be as many as 90 units there. That's all the more reason to hang fire and continue the patrol here. I know it's really, really bad for advancing my nation in general, but... Is there a hotkey for holding fire? Holding fire is, of course, J for Jolden Fire. Okay, very good. Glad we got that one sorted. Okay, continue to harass Weinstein. Take everything around his capital. Maybe leave him besieged so that he has an out. You know, like a way to go and pick a fight with Nathia, who I really hope doesn't come up to Charance. Yeah, if I invest in province defense, the AI will just cleave right through it. An early fight looking really bad for me. Oh well. Hopefully the AIs end up fighting each other instead. Let's go and see what's happening in the Crag field. How high is your India amount? 55? Yeah, it's the standard amount. I'm deeply concerned about this one, but I'm really, really annoyed by the boar thing here. It's not like I have no patrol strength here. I don't know what it takes to generally take out the boar. Hopefully we find it this turn. I'm going to go charging into the Baal Castle next turn. Because I need a lot more gold. Currently I'm struggling on gold to even get my my units on the go. Taking over these extra provinces helps a bit. I mean, this Albion is worth 111. That's pretty good. Shikigami's a pretty normal looking province. River gives high income. Nice. It might also give me a view on Fortuna. Curious about that one. Choking Weinstein to death is becoming a bigger and bigger thought for me. But isn't my siege power from these things a bit sad? Yeah, nobody taught the moose how to siege. The moose on their own... Ooh, does anybody know that? Do I get the siege strength of the moose and the rider? There should be a calculation for that. Like, here we go. We have a total siege strength of 203. There's no way that just includes my foot troops, so I guess the mounts do matter. Okay. We have found a use for the moose. Nice. Unfortunately, even though they're mindless, my units do have to eat, so they are using up supplies. And the moose eats extra supplies because it's so huge. Even so, that's not too shabby. I think you have to pay for the moose as well, though, right? Don't like paying. But that gives me an opportunity to break down the walls, because there's one thing that my units here cannot do to save their life. It's actually break down the... Well, you guys are better at sieging than I thought, of course. The death power. Alright. Might be onto something here. Maybe I can kill Weinstein, but I still want Castle Abal. Godspeed. A sneaking enemy unit was... Oh, the monster boar's finally dead. Let's see. My province defense on my capital is this. I've never seen so many freaking moose, and this is the start of the game. Alright, well, please go and give me skewered boar for dinner. Only the most accurate archers in my country. This mutant boar has a lot of health. Alright, there we go. What? Did you get shot already? So somehow they managed to kill one of my own units there. God help me. What is that? What is that? The Ondmark Swamp Champion with his tree trunk. Can't hit or block to save his life, but my god, if he hits you. Okay, man, this is funny. Okay, well, I'm glad we took care of that. Again, that one event set me back so much. The land is now safe and orderly, but unfortunately, when you patrol, you also kill your own population. So that is another snowballing effect that just went away from me. Now is the time, though, to march into the Castle of Baal. Ooh, Fortuna has easy pickings. That's a really nice throne to pick up if all looks well for me. We don't know what throne it is. Could be any of these level 1 thrones. Like the Throne of Lies. The lower throne for Dominion and Blood Slaves. Ooh, heals units. Dang, the White Throne would be a really nice place to set up a castle with old... Well, actually, it's healing afflictions, right? I don't think healing is the same as healing disease. I could be wrong, but I don't know. And the game is monstrously unclear. A permanent affliction is removed each month. The question is disease an affliction? Mage of Autumn, Earth, Death. Okay, there's some really, really nice low-level thrones out there. Right, I propose that we continue to strangle Weinstein. Oh, but he decided to take on the Oberdeen. Am I a bad enough dude to just attack? Or do I think I should bide my time? Biding time is bad, but these units are not very good. You saw them struggle against Indies. What makes me think I can take on him? Take on his champions. Especially knowing that he has a lot of his not Indie units. I think we leave him be here. If he wants to pick a fight with me, that's on his neck. I, on the other hand, can have safe passage into Pizza Tower. And then probably go and take the Clamshell Theatre. Yes, yes. Because knowing that Nathia is here in Bob-on Battlefield means there's a reasonable chance that it expands into Besaid, and then Weinstein suddenly has 2 problems. Yes, yes, that works for me. I do want Fortuna, though. But without my profit there, I wouldn't be able to claim the throne anyway. Plus, the thrones really agitate the AI. They see somebody with thrones, they think, I must kill you and I must take that throne. Argentina, nobody really wants to go there, so let's check out Hyrule first. Really nice province there. Supposedly owned by Indies. Look at Neka's starting position, really, really nice. Unbothered. 5 easy adjacents, instant access to water. Yeah, they've got a good start. It's meant to be balanced starts, but I run a special tool that forces balanced starts, so every capital has like at least 5 adjacents. Because if you go with vanilla generation, you can get completely screwed. You're going to have a capital that only has 1 adjacent province, so you're kind of hemmed in. And that's very bad. Anyway, Castle of Baal, you are surely going to go down. I mean, I do worry about attrition here, but there's no way you're beating all of these, right? Blind? Wait, you can even be blind? Blind and weakened. Alright, well that sounds like bodyguard duty to me. And this morale thing is getting in the way of your problem. Never healing wound. That's fine. Alright, take on the Baal class Predator. Take out Pizza Tower. Yeah, I'm gonna have an awkward shape here with these thrones in the way. But maybe I really should get my army together for a proper assault on Weinstein. I think if I'm able to secure the north here... Take Isengard. Ugh, more Watchers. Yeah, look at that. The army consists of Barbarians, Watchers, and Chithyronic Lions. I think those are the fiery ones. No, those are Summer Lions. What's a Chithyronic Lion? Dom 6 Inspector Tool to the rescue, please. Teach me about lions. Not about Etons. Ah, right at the top here. Just a biting, clawing, invulnerable lion. So that's a lot of protection to get through. Are my weapons magical? Good question. Thank goodness. Okay. Anybody comes at me with ethereal or invulnerable, the thorn staffs ignore that entirely because it's pure magical damage. Magical bludgeoning damage. So even better if I can hit them on the head, although that's not likely at size 3. Is white your domain and yellow your religion? Ah, good point. If it's got this pink flag, which is not this pink flag, then it's my domain. If it's got this yellow outline, it's my dominion. So inside this kind of yellow border, people believe in my god of Abaddon, who we can surely see, right? Oh, why is it not showing me Abaddon itself? Anyway, Abaddon's cool. So yes, I'm believed in here, but I own the lands with my flag on it. Ideally, you have a lot of both, because you die if you lose either. If nobody believes in your god, poof, they disappear like a Discworld god. And if you hold no land, then it doesn't matter how many people believe in your god, because you have no ruling over any of them. Either of those will kill your god permanently. Even if your god dies, even if your god's soul is slain, if people still believe in your god, it will exist, and they can preach to bring your god back to the plane. Yeah, nothing can truly kill a god other than getting rid of all believers. Right, let's move. It's such a cool theme. This game is full of cool themes and immensely juicy gameplay. The main problem, of course, is that it's hard as hell to learn to play, and the UX sucks. We're not even dealing with the worst UX in the game, which is magical item management. But I think I've grinded my gear on that one enough. Okay, Pizza Tower is full of the undead. Can the undead manage again? Wait, no, that's the next one. This is full of naked tribespeople. The Lion Tribe warriors have no clothes, no natural protection because they're crummy little humans. They just have spears, javelins, and low everything. The one thing they have is a big shield, which might help. You know, conceptually. So you're completely naked and you're ordered to just charge for it. These guys don't even have a shield, by the way. They've got a short bow meaning short range. And they've let off 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22 arrows. Oh, and then some, not bad. So the archers are having a better time of this for now, but then comes the next arquebus volley. Gosh, they're holding on. Is that their commander? Yeah, Napoleon, the Lion Tribe warrior, is charging forward. And my units have such low accuracy, they can only hit him by accident. He's been shot in the leg. He's been shot in the head. Okay. Has that been enough to spook him? Yeah, he's out of here. Napoleon has turned around, seen that the Grande Armée has decided to run, and he decided to die on the battlefield. Very glorious, Napoleon. Yeah, we got worse than Stormtrooper aim. Fortunately, we didn't die. Somebody might have taken an injury here or there, but we're fine. Didn't even kill that many of them. That was a real old-school Zulu battle. Anyway, the Castle of Baal is the far more interesting fight. This is seeing how my Sacreds, complete with their Bless, stand up against an actually half-decent militia army. That's a lot of knights. Unlike the heavy cavalry, the knights actually have decent-ish morale, very good defense skill. Could prove a big problem for me. They come in with a sword instead of a morning star. The militia are kind of crappy, but they're still a little bit protected. I'll mince these guys in combat. And fortunately, my biggest weakness, ranged weapons, they don't have much of. Although they are longbows, so they certainly have range. Piercing damage ignores 15% of my armor. It says armor, but it means protection. Don't know why this game uses the term armor and protection. They're different things. If you wonder what this wee around is, that's my sleep aura. Despite being shot, I'm holding my position because I want the I want to be charged here. I want to swallow this charge because even if they score a critical kill on me with a lance, which they did, we still remain alive as a great boar. Okay, alive is maybe pushing it a bit. I don't think they're going to live through that. But yeah, I wanted to tank this charge rather than running in and getting piecemealed off. And then hopefully we shred them. You can see some of them are poisoned. Yeah, really badly poisoned. Horror marked. Uh-oh. Glad we checked that. Anyone else horror marked? Quick spot check. Might have been a small one-off, or this might be the home of a horror marking site. So we're going to check that. F1, troops. This doesn't show horror markings, though. That's scary. If this is a horror marking site, then I do not want to hang around here. Oh well. So there we go. We've managed to smash the riders off of their mounts. In come the militia, but as I said, we mince militia. Not that they do no damage. Oh, there's a militia with a horror mark. Oh, there's a bunch of them with horror marking. Curious, isn't it? That's too many horror markings to think it was a one-off. Alright, now I want us to split up so we don't bunch up for longbow attacks. Unfortunately, there was a commander staying with them, right? Yeah, but they've lost so many of their units that they did a army-wide morale check, and these guys failed it, so they are out of here. Okay, so we lost a few. That would have been very concerning if I'd come with one or two fewer recruitment rounds of units. Because those knights, there were quite a lot of them. Yeah, 14 knights charging in. Yeah, we saw the one boar that they skewered. Only one loss is perfectly fine here. And my traipsing through Hyrule. Ah, the elephants are here. When you have a spy or a scout in a province, they can see a lot of things, in particular they see active battles. Unfortunately, the AI is a cheating bastard who knows where your units are at all times, and they love to patrol out your spies. So spying against the AI just doesn't happen. Ah, now you are a concern. And are you blood surging? No, you're berserking. Currently, you only have reinvigoration. You might have some bless that requires your god to be alive. But the Eternal Ice Destroyer is a concerning fellow. Very, very big, heavy attacks. Very heavily armored. Hits like a truck. And it does hit. I do not repel the Iron Cudgel. Man, that's some damn good attack skill. And, of course, worst of all, they're flying, so they can fly into my back row and murder me. So I'm not sure if I have an answer to these guys. Currently, of course. Yeah, got any weaknesses I can exploit? You're resistant to cold, you're resistant to lightning, you resist poison. Okay, of course. You're gluttonous, so it's unlikely there are going to be a lot of you fighting together. Reinvigoration 5. Holy smokes, this guy doesn't tire. They're huge, they're 1 to a square, but that attack skill is a lot. They're standing on 2 legs. Is that meant to be a downside for me? I guess I could cripple one of them. Yeah, no obvious advantages to take care of. You know, high protection, high hit points, high skills apart from defense. But with a length 3 weapon, repelling... I can repel the tusk, but that cudgel's a problem. They seem on the level of the Agarthing cave whites that cut your crabs apart. No, no, these are not cavern whites. God, no. Cavern whites had inherent cold, chill aura to them, and were not susceptible to many things that can kill living beings. They were undead, but they had high magic resistance, so you couldn't just banish them away. Surely just set your pigs on fire. Yeah, they're not fire retardant, but neither are we. Very powerful units. I suppose the saving grace is they don't have a lot of them. I could put them to sleep, but I think sleep is a magic resistance check, which they have a lot of. What do I do against this thing? Their cuirass is made of iron, which could be rusted off. Same with their cap, but then there's still a massive amount of natural protection under there. They don't have magical weapons. They'd struggle to deal with ethereal opponents. We're not ethereal, of course. Were those Fey warriors I was looking at ethereal? The Fey Knights are glamorous, true-sighted, need not eat fire, survival, recuperation. No, we're not ethereal. Okay, well, maybe we just don't fight them then. How about that? Yeah, Soul Sling's out of the question. I mean, you could land a Soul Slay here or there. There are large targets, so the AI will prefer them. But the way to look at it is that they are there and I am here. So maybe they won't be a problem. Ah, we found Zishai. They're over in Black Mesa. Zishai was one of the nations I was quite interested in fighting. Zishai. Oh, Sin! We called it Sin. Ah, the big monkey. I like that big monkey. It's going to be a shame if I have to fight it. They got heat limit up. They get primitive fortified cities. I don't know if that's good or bad. Sounds bad with the word primitive being used. Okay, right, what can be done this turn? We managed to take the Castle of Baal. I'm thrilled about that. Hopefully none of my enemies make it into the sea anytime soon, because I'd really like to expand around here. I think I take Isengard. You guys are doing all right. How about we mosey on? I can't get to Lindum because the frozen mountain's in the way. But I could take Icewear if I think that that won't bait Zishai into an attack. It also has a free run into the Clamshell Theatre, and it doesn't seem very well. We'll be fine. If militia is the first word here, that means the largest single force here is militia, and militia are garbage, so... Although it looks like these militia actually get given a shield. But they have no, they got no morale. Militia crumble like a deck of cards. I'm so glad the boar is dead. Could I take Harlem? Do I have a... What did we learn about Harlem? My spy would have gone through Harlem, right? What was standing there? I forget. It was the Watchers, right? Do not go to Harlem. So allow Zishai to do Winter Hell and then let him suicide on Harlem. Okay, good, good, good. Something I like to do on single-player games is recruit a bunch of scouts and put them on heavily guarded thrones. That way, the Indies never patrol out your scouts. So your scouts are 100% safe from enemy attack if they stand in an independent province. There are other ways to kill them, right? Events, horror marking, magic that's cast on the province, like fires from afar or arrows from whatever. But by and large, they're as safe as they could ever be. Nowhere in this game is safe. There's always a way for you to die. And it's incredibly difficult to make an unkillable unit. You'd have to... Nothing's unkillable, right? Horror marks come for us all in the end. What I'm getting at is that I would like to have a spy on each of these so that if the AI ever decides to attack into them, I can watch and see how they fare. If I saw the AI... Okay, good example. If I watched Hyrule throw a lot of troops into Cerulean City and they got obliterated, which they would because those Watchers would just ruin their day, flying or no flying, then it gives me some good stuff to work with. Maybe they lose all their army and I think, ooh, they're weakened, time to strike. Or... They lose a lot of units, but they do a massive amount of damage to Cerulean City, allowing me to sweep in and take it over. But those Watchers need to die. Oh, Watchers are so bad. The lightning damage they do is so high, even if you take something with high lightning resistance, like a copper plate, still not enough. So yeah, until I get the rubber gloves on, Cerulean City is going to be waiting there. Even so, I need to explore more. Tell me about Acre. Tell me about Brazil. I really want to go to Isengard. I might even go up to Almetha. If I'm going to Almethia, surely I want to know what's in there first. So maybe go Almethia and then go north, even though I'd like to know what's on Acre. I'm going to make more scouts to figure out what's going on there. I need to continue my recruitment. Please tell me I didn't forget to recruit here. Uh-oh. Right, I need to set this to happen every month or else I'm going to forget. And I need to start my research. I am really, really slow in my research, so let's repeatedly recruit the crappy researcher here with a dream to someday having much better research. Yeah, I'm like a year behind in research, and research snowballs a lot, so that was a big bad move for me not to do that. I also need to start building up infrastructure, although since I'm surrounded by hostile forces, it's extremely difficult to invest in temples. So my thought should be second fort location. Albion looks really good, although it borders Weinstein, which I'd rather have as my second fort. Could I consider something like a Clamshell Theatre then? Clamshell Theatre actually looks like a good place for a fort. Ulm notwithstanding, and Haarlem notwithstanding, it is surrounded by friendly-ish areas. So yeah, I think Clamshell Theatre for second fort and temple. And we will play it by ear, but I really want to kill Weinstein. I'm going to send another spy down here to see where he's expanding, because he really doesn't have a lot of land. Unless he's expanding into the underground, which he could. Yeah, we don't know much about the underground, but if Weinstein goes down there, he could be a problem to deal with. Which mods are being used? It's a randomizer, so the nations, most of them, are random. We have Bandar Log and Ulm, but by and large we're running with random stuff like this. Hoburgs infested with vines together with some mindless humans, or Avites with massive monkeys. It's cool. I love the randomizer, because vanilla was getting a bit stale for me. Isengard, Icewear, exploring, recruiting. Okay, fine by me. Starting to build up a bit of a treasury, which is nice-ish. They're just rather busted units. That's fine, though, because everything has a weakness. Except Cavern Whites. Screw them. Right, over to Isengard. Not too scared of these guys. That's a few more longbowmen, and it's weird to say that that arrows are my weakness, considering I look at ranged and I think it's really weak. But we are weak to that, no doubt about it. With any luck, I can find something that gives my sacred units air shield, but I think the only thing that would do that is a specific kind of throne. One thing that does help keep me alive is dying and turning into a boar. That's really quite useful. Archer hit the great boar with a ranged attack in the head for -7. It's not really -7. I think it's just that he gained that through the transformation. But the game's not very good at making that clear to you. Boar's probably going to die. He's going to try and trample the... Yeah, goodbye, boar. Sucks to lose a sacred unit, but at least my sacred units aren't too expensive. Now, when you have really good things like those elephants, losing those feels really bad. At least these guys aren't too expensive to make. Alright, so Isengard falls. I lose 3 of my dudes. That's attrition for you. And then the stampeding Moose Cavalry make their mark. They cannot aim to save their life. The bigger the enemy, the better this is, because it means I actually land my shots better. One of my guys got shot off their moose, so the moose just charges in, which is actually quite good, because these heavy infantry are actually quite scary in melee. Surprisingly so. That moose just kept them busy as a group long enough for them to eat all these arrows, and I highly doubt they're going to stay in this fight for much longer. Highly doubt. Okay, wow, they fought to the bitter end. Impressive. And that took me a couple more bits of attrition. I think it's impossible to do a run of this game and take 0 losses. But to even attempt that is madness. Alright. Can you remember the key for defense? It's D, who would have thought? Generally, I just keep 6 on defense. I'd like to have more, but it costs money, and the AI, being the cheating bugger they are, will just outpay that. Zishai's capital is over here by Huna, Mizawa, and Acre. Winterhell's a tempting target. I think I win in the exchange with Horse Tribe Cavalry. And that allows me to go up to Almethea and allow my units to go into Clamshell Theatre. Is there a problem fighting ghouls and soulless? I often forget which one's which. They're not vampires, right? Vampires would be a big problem to deal with. But ghouls are just really crappy units. They resist poison, and their claws are poisonous, but I think I resist poison, right? Oh, well, it's stunning poison. Does that even affect mindless units? Armor negating magic resistance negates poison magic weapon. I suppose there's no reason you couldn't paralyze my mindless units. They're not inanimate or anything. And the other one's soulless, but soulless are really awful, aren't they? Yeah, there we go. Just fist. Useless fisty guys. Alright, very well. So I see no reason not to just charge in, and then I can, upon holding Clamshell Theatre, I think I just immediately start building a fort on there. I want another place to start building up my economy. I'm going to spend money to make money, and I'll continue to make scouts that head on south for me. As for you, Petos, you finally get going on my pathetic research, and it is pathetic. And we're going to continue making you and more of my scorch dudes. I miss the crab folk. Crab folk are in this game, though, aren't they? Yeah, there we go. And they're to my south, actually, Nathia. The crabs are not the sacred units. The sacred unit is the Divine Thane. Aren't you out of Mass Effect? A very high regenerating sacred dude with a hammer. And like my units, he gets stronger in growth because he has negative death scaling. High protection, but fairly human. Whoa, wow, look at these stats. That guy can hit. That guy can dodge. And unlike my units, he could shoot if he had a weapon. Decent, but in the end, just a human. Okay, Brazil has a lot of connections, and we can see the wraparound now. Tell me about Constantinople, but I think it's the edge of the world. Almethea is a joke, man. Maybe I should take Almethea. No, actually, you're going to wrap up to Almethea. Right, keep that in mind. And then you, my friend, tell me about the Shadow at Water's Edge. Should be no reason that Winterhell poses much of a problem. I'll keep you balanced. That's a lot of them. Can ghouls and soulless fly? No, again, that's vampires. No, the world is full wraparound. Ooh. There's a lot of them, but we should win, right? Should? Why not? Anything's possible. Keep the replacement units coming, build up, and hopefully kill Weinstein. He's got to go. Still reeling from the boar thing we got in turn 1. That was absurdly nasty. Shikoku's a really nice province. I think I missed a beat by not taking it. It's actually a very, very strong candidate for a fort. Maybe not economically, but more in terms of power projection. As in, put a fort here, feel strong in the face of Nathia and the others. But odds are pretty good that I'm not going to have the time to get over there. I might, though. Nah, the threshold for movement's pretty bad, huh? Maybe. If I finish up here, I might go there, then there. If I get 2 turns to take Shikoku, that'd be good. I'll let my spy start building up my fort. And then hopefully all is done in time. Just, you have no idea how long the AI is going to give you to play around. Sometimes you go the whole game and the AI never takes an offensive action towards you. 20k pop is more than fine for a fort, in my opinion. Yeah, Clamshell Theatre, on the other hand, only has 1200. Which is actually a kind of pitiful population. But it does have some really nice connections, and it's just in such a nice choke point with Ulm here, Haarlem here, the river here. Although the river will be frozen because of my cold dominion. But it's just a case of I need to build something up and fast, so let's get to work. What do we know about the underground? We haven't set foot underground. We've seen a couple of entrances, but that's our lot. Another cripple dies, and then the Clamshell Theatre fight. Let's hope that we're not bested by spooky ghouls. The undead, I think, still allow you to blood surge, right? Divine Blessing. Doesn't show blood surge until it activates, so I guess we'll see if it does. Oh, of course! Banishing! Yes, of course, I forgot. Since we have our prophet here, the prophet inherently gets a level 3 priest level, and then he looks at low magic resistance undead, and he just goes blip. Low magic resistance undead get absolutely ruined by, well, by that. Still annoyed by not being able to go berserk here, but maybe I shouldn't be too annoyed. It does maintain my defense skill better. It's just that berserk giving +3 attack skill and strength means that they just butcher things, and that allows them to blood surge to make back the defense value. Well, one of it. Still better than nothing. But you look at that. Pull from the grave just deletes crappy chaff like this. That's not to say crappy chaff like this doesn't have their place. Good for sieges, and if your enemy is very, very strong, drowning them in an ocean of skeletons whilst your mages cast very powerful spells on them is very good. Especially because you don't care about collateral damage when you have crappy soulless like this. Anyway, far from our concern, we were never taking any damage there. How about Winter Hell? Having undead province defense nukes the province population on map generation. Really? I would never have known that. Whee. It's just pure ranged engagement. The Arbalisters only fire once every 3 rounds, but it's very powerful. 15 and armor piercing and piercing. So I'm pretty sure that's a 65% protection reduction. And they don't really have a lot to begin with. Lever, barding, and yeah, well, get launching. with precision, what was it, 4? Oh, actually, not bad, not bad. I understated you. You, on the other hand, with precision 4, it's a miracle any of these arrows land. But if they want to bunch together like that, at least have a better chance of hitting some of them. There we go, there we go. One last barrage from the Arbalists should send them packing. If any of them run out of ammo and decide they still want to be in this fight, they can go charging. But I don't fancy their chances on that, so away they go. On the other hand, looks like a few of my guys got shot off of their moose. I'm really not sure if these moose are worth their weight in much. The fact that I have to pay 20 gold for the moose, it's just a bit much. I think we just use these guys until they're completely attritioned out, suicide the rest of them, or have them be chaff for a siege. Ah, nice event. 4 nature gems. I'd also love to go searching for gems. There's a lot of things I want to do, but there's no safety in these lands. If I just get attacked suddenly, there's very little I can do about it. Okay, good job, everyone. Want you to race over to the Castle of Baal, class Predator. Do you have any leadership qualities? You can lead 10 of these guys. I want you to take 10 of them and head over to Castle of Baal, merge them with the units, so that if Shikoku ends up in a bump with Nathia, we have a better chance of winning. And you there, Asmaroth, I want you to begin construction of 1,000 gold. Whatever, it needs to be done. 1 palisade, please. So, do I dare go underground? Not really, because we're ranged units. And if you thought our precision was bad in broad daylight, imagine what it's going to be in complete darkness underground. Also, Acre is terrifying. Yeah, we don't touch that with a 15-foot barge pole. M-Power, I want to know what Weinstein is up to. Please go to Besaid. It's a 2-turn move to get to Besaid, so go via El Salvador anyway, because it's more chance that you get caught in Weinstein. Odos, Argeus, I was just talking about how you guys are useless and I'm going to just throw you away to death. Take Almethea before you die, please. Water's Edge looking like a really nice fort as well. The odds that I'm just allowed to have that are not high. But they're not nothing. Go up and reconsider. Meanwhile, you go check out Mystery Lake. Messians, this is suspiciously independent. I'm not sure I believe it, actually. Do I check around the back of Hadrian's Fence, or do I explore further south? The river won't stay frozen forever. It's late winter. Spring will come and thaw everything. This is probably one big central lake, which we're unlikely to know much about for a long time. Get over to the Dundee docks, please. Explore more of this area. My scouts might converge in that regard. Alright, keep the recruitment going. Of course, Black Mesa's a wasteland. Yeah, wastelands are pretty bad for a lot of reasons, but they can be good for finding special sites. I have no astral pearls, so site searching with astral, which is my favorite way to site search, is not looking positive. You know the map is tiny when you see Dominion 4. It's not that tiny. But I want it to be small because otherwise, if it's really huge, you get a lot of provinces that you can take for free without the pressure of the AI around you. And I'm sure I can work better with more provinces than my foes. Now we have a half-decent amount. Well, it's been... Okay, turn 11. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... Is that 11? 12 provinces? I mean, that's not great, but considering the bad start that we had, it's not terrible. Yeah, just returning here. Always feels bad to make a movement that isn't an attack in your opening year, because you always want to just grow, grow, grow. Land grab is good, so what if you lose some of it? You have more to play and bargain with. Unfortunate colors of you and your neighbors, yeah, it can be hard to tell, can't it? Okay, so we actually discovered some of our opponents fighting where we moved, and yeah, the river thawed just as we crossed it. So here are the Kalins. They can fly, they've got magical icy spears. They're cold and shock resistant, and they can fly even in a storm. That's pretty badass. Some of them, at least. And they did recruit this weird Mushushu, which I reckon is not a good investment. But given that they're fighting virtually nothing, I think they'll be fine. Yeah, I think they'll be fine. Flying units are awesome for that. I love that just surgical strike that they can do. Mushushu got attacked, but barely for anything. What about Mystery Lake? Did chat choose the province names? The province names have been taken from my name collection, which I maintain and update with. Unfortunately, I forgot if I wanted all of the commander names to be taken from that list. I needed to mod it after generating the random nations. But I didn't even know I'd be streaming Dominions today. I thought we might be doing Slay the Spire. I was curious to see what would be more popular when put to a vote. And Dominion 6, I think, thumped Slay the Spire. I forget the exact results, but it was clean. These guys are a bit scary, right? Yeah, they are. The camel hoof is not particularly terrifying, but it's a big chunky amount of well-protected hit points. And this guy up here with his Morning Star and his one-off use lance and his good protection, it could be a real problem. That's not even their sacred unit. Their rank and file is a whole lot better than my rank and file. So they're getting plenty of lance champions. The javelin throwers are whatever. They're champions. Yeah, so remember when I said I wasn't very good with ranged attacks? He is massing crossbows. Could be a problem. Ooh, boy does he mass crossbows. Okay. And I was just talking about how I choke Weinstein to death. How exactly do I do that? Yeah. See, those crossbows just tenderize my units. It's not a lot of damage, but it's something I struggle to deal with. Light crossbow versus regular crossbow, 1/3 strength. I don't know how your strength adds to crossbow damage, but so be it. Anyway, we had our own attack going into Almithia. Ah, more of the heavy cav. Wait, are those heavy cav or are those cataphracts? There's heavy cav. Kind of looked like a cataphract. Charging into the center, which could be a problem. Hopefully we shoot them off and we don't shoot my own commanders to death. Remember, we can't aim to save our lives, so I need them to rout. Might not be them that's routing at this rate. Oh dear, I think they killed my commander there. Yeah, so, mindless units. If there is no commander for them, they just... bloop. Well, I did say I was going to use them until they die, but I was hoping they would do a little less dying and a little more taking. Wow, it was a rougher fight than I expected. Would have actually won that fight if I hadn't spread out on flanks. The fact that they took their cavalry and just charged the center did me in there, and it wasn't a lot of them either. Painful, but oh well. You live and you learn. Except those guys didn't live, and I might not have learned. We have discovered an ore deposit. An iron mine, no less. Free resources. Well, the resources get sucked into my capital, which is good, but they could also go to Shikoku, which is extra good. Anything else happening? Oh. Okay. Just 1,000 people or so dying in Charance, no big deal. I guess taking Water's Edge is out of the question. Oh boy. Winstein is on a rampage. Much less than me choking him to death, he's already expanded quite far south onto Mystery Lake. Dire Docks, for some reason, you can actually walk through this into Moon Lake without any problems. Okay, Winstein's becoming a big problem for me. And of course, I've gone and provoked him by taking 3 of his cap circle, which will make him very, very angry. Apprehensive. Oh, that's not good. I want to head down to Oberdeen so I can see what's over here by Lake Biwa. I have another spy, of course. Might go over to Shikoku so that I'm ready to take it over for building a fortress on, that is. Not a fort, but, you know, crappy palisade. I brought over these units for you, Shadowcry. Alright, I think holding and attacking is no longer an option, just attack, but attack closest so that my commander doesn't die on me. Any cripples? No? Alright, well this guy, you're pretty messed up. Go and help out. And thank you for helping out. You go back to the capital to research. And yeah, let's take Shikoku. It's an excellent place for another fort. Might not be sniping any of the AIs early then, which is a shame. Sniping an AI early nets you a capital and reduces one opponent's hostile dominion. As you can see, my dominion is quite pathetic, to the point where I might need to start really considering recruiting a bunch of priests just to keep myself alive. In fact, I'm going to stop you and actually grab 2 priests ahead of time, even though they eat up my valuable holy points. Maybe not 2 of them. Let's grab you and you. Because because I need more of these guys, and I want to be able to move these guys around as well. Achables. So I'm hoping that Zishai and Weinstein fight amongst themselves. I'm going to explore over here. This is probably mostly water. Ah, this is connected. Is a diplomatic opinion part of Dominion 6 or a mod? It's part of Dominion 6. Dominion 6 added relations. In Dominions 5, there was just war, and that's it. In Dominion 6, you've got non-aggression pacts. So I could, well, I've disabled it for this run because diplomacy is overpowered for humans. But you could ask somebody for a non-aggression pact, and the AI will eventually say yes. And it is, or it can be made to be binding. But yeah, it's really powerful, because what you can do is, for example, I could sign non-aggression pact with Zishai and Nathia, and maybe even Sharor as well. And then I know that all of my flanks are secure, and then I 100% commit to killing Weinstein. And then what do? Well, I safely now have 2 capitals. I'm twice as strong as any other nation, generally. And then, you know, I go, okay, I will pick one to fight. There's too much safety. Part of the impressive thing about this game is not knowing if you're safe or not. Alright, we came across the Dundee Docks. I'm going to have you explore down here, because you're going over by St. Mystery. And we will take Shikoku and prepare fortification. So yeah, I'll have fort, and I still would actually quite like one up in Water's Edge, but I don't think that's happening. And even if I'm not able to snipe any, I should be able to build up my strength. If you did not attack in Dom 5, the AI would think you're not hostile, at least in game dev said that. Yes, and where in the game does it tell you that? You actually have no idea if an enemy is hostile towards you. I also believe if you kill their god, they will never stop attacking you. But again, none of this is communicated by the game. It's a UX problem. I hate having just one expansion force, but the other one is dead, so either I let my tears fall, or we do something about it. Clamshell Theatre, I want you to be adequately defended, given that you're about to become... Holy crap, look at that! Those moose are quite terrible, but it's hard to argue with a lot of them. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I'm willing to spend 250 gold on an additional ton of them. But I am tempted. There's no immediate threat, so I probably shouldn't dunk loads of money on it yet. The game dev chose a novel strategy, no UX problems if there is no UX. This isn't quite rogue. Okay, carry on. Do I believe that? Do I really want to carry on? I want a lot more spies. Can I? Oops. I pressed E instead of R. I wanted to check recruitment. Okay, we continue with our glacial research speed, whilst Shikoku hopefully falls under our control. Uh-oh. Why didn't I check to see if there were 1,000,000 horse tribes here? Uh-oh. Oh, I am so boned. So boned. Wow. God bless mindless units. Mindless units do not rout. And please tell me that's my... Whew! Shadow Cries the Prophet single-handedly held that. With his crippled bodyguards, everybody else died. So this really highlights that we are exceptionally weak to ranged weapons. What was my bless again? The incarnate bless, the one I get with my god. I know we already blood surge. What were the other blesses I gave? Can't remember. Whew. Okay, that was as Pyrrhic as victories get. But yeah, we cannot stand up to ranged attacks. That's 7 rounds of recruiting my special sacreds just gone in a flash. And my other warlord died as well. But, on the plus side, Shikoku is mine. So what do we learn? I'm so paranoid about accidentally pressing E and ending my turn. Right, Shikoku needs to be defended. And I need to build on it. I will get my scout over here to take over the building. For now, you get it started. I'm going to need a priest over there to help. I'm going to want another priest over here. And probably I want a temple on Sharant so I can build indie priests. Yeah, build. Castle of Baal is actually surprisingly safe. Castle of Baal should have a temple on it. Alright. We can undo this horror show. But that's my army gone, right? We lost our ranged units in Almethea, and I just lost my main army in Shikoku. We just have to pretend that we have an army, which we can do. We can pretend. The treasure isn't that bad, so I can do provincial defense, which isn't great, but it's something. Thing is, we can't do it everywhere. Maybe I do it in the provinces that are very important to me. Sharant is very important. Provinces will not give you their goodies unless they can trace a line back to a fort. Clamshells fort will keep these okay. Sharant is next to my capital. Shikoku has this stuff. I still really wanted to get up here, but I think that's out of the question now. Might consider a... Isengard. I don't like adjacent forts, because they fight for supplies, or they fight for resources from other provinces. Winter Hell is an idea, because it's on a... Oh, hello! Zishai has gone underground. Zishai could come out to Winter Hell. I want to protect it a bit more. Time to pivot towards ranged cavalry. Accuracy doesn't matter if you have the numbers. Is there anything other than fire that can enchant a ranged weapon? Because I don't have access to fire. Maybe go over to Fortuna. I still want more scouts, of course. You're there with what's left of my army. Maybe you should take the army over to here and help the defense of Shikoku. Because they might see me as being weak and decide to attack there. Don't hide. Research. Akables. Tell me about the water bordering on Athena. And you go and tell me what's happening down in Alexandria and the bordering. And now we know most of the surface and none of the underground. Underground provinces are fairly rich overall, but we don't have any particular advantage underground, except maybe... Do our vine people need to see? You don't have spirit sight or dark vision. How about you? No. So attack and defense skill would be murdered underground for them, unfortunately. It's pretty high, so it would take a lot of murdering to actually cause them problems. Even so, the underground is not our forte until we can get some kind of summon that can see underground. I'm also really quite desperate to site search. Am I desperate enough to move some of my researchers away for that? I think the answer is yes, the sooner the better, but also no. No, if I'm going to be doing that, I want a better researcher site searching. Ideally the Rune Forger. He's a real slow recruit though. But the Rune Forger, especially if he gets 1 extra in Earth or he gets a bit of blood, he'd be amazing for site searching. It's just he's wincingly expensive. Also, I still need to keep these recruits going for a little while. Okay, life is bad, but if we Just hold strong, life can be good. To be fair, the game is made for multiplayer, not single player. For single player, you have Conquest of Elysium from the same dev. Oh, I did not like Conquest of Elysium. Felt way too much like Civilization. And yeah, regardless what it's intended for, I enjoy single player Dominions much more than multiplayer. I know it's a deeper experience in multiplayer, but I really hate these high investment multiplayer games. You know, the kinds that, you know, don't even take hours, they take days or weeks. It's like when I played old, like 2nd edition Warhammer. Oh, my days. The long, long campaigns with me and my brothers. Right, so Mr. Rimmer is claiming a throne. Another throne is being claimed for Zeus. And the dormant gods are awakening. Notably not mine, so that's going to make others stronger and me not stronger. Oh, great famine. Population down, death is up, unrest is up, and magic is up because someone is stealing all the children. I think I saw this in Battle Brothers. Life continues to be tough, but that's okay. We can handle toughness, I think. I would like a redistribution of the army. You need to attack as soon as possible. You need to do your spells, be defended as well. Weakened, chest wound. Wait, weren't these fresh recruits? How are they injured already? I would like you to preach. I would like you to take over the construction for 1 turn. And I would like you to construct a temple, please. You're sneaking over to take care of some of the building work. I still want a temple up in the Castle of Baal. And I think we just generally need to keep shifting more units over here so I always have an army. The question is, do I want to do any more indie expansion? This land is still tempting, but I'm worried about all the foes up there. The White Throne heals units and produces nature gems. I want those gems. And it's now held by Bandar Log. Yeah, Zeus has taken the Throne of the Stars to give them... Oh, I need Astral Pearls. I want all these things. Oh well, much as I want them, I don't have them, so too bad. Go and check what's in this adjacent province. Akables, I want to know more about Amity Airfield. Maybe I want to know more about Treasure Trove Cove. Cool little tiny island province there. Empower... It's quite important to know about Weinstein's southern movements. Get over to Moon Lake, see what's happening there. You're another fresh recruit, and... I don't have a... you're moving over to Fortuna. Okay, in that case, I want you over on Harlem. Tell me if... Oh, what? Oh, Winterhell is mine. Okay, then I don't need to send anyone on Harlem. Curious about Canada. Go and see if anybody ever makes a move on Canada, please. Alright, we continue our painful lack of production. Yeah, okay. I think we gotta sit in our thumb for a little bit of time, but we are building the Palisades here and here. They'll be upgraded as soon as possible. I'll save my money for that. The upside of my army being dead is that I don't have an army to pay for, so all of the income can be invested in the economy. The downside, of course, is if anybody sniffs out my weakness, I'm in trouble. So I'm hoping that we don't see a declaration of war from anybody. Alright, so we finally have a temple up over in Shikoku. I brought Naoto to take over the fort construction. I actually have a bit of Dominion here, which is nice. I still want you two together. Need a better front line than that, even if my front line is made of tissue paper. You stay with the others. You go back for more ferrying of troops, and you could just preach here. There's nothing wrong with just preaching right now. Keep the Dominion, because Dominion's going to be a bit of a problem right now. My enemies are going to start erecting their own temples. The ones that have Thrones of Ascension will also have the thrones produce Dominion. And since my god doesn't currently exist on this plane, I don't have the God-spreading dominion either. So that's a problem. That's a pretty big problem. There is another school of thought that I actually do aggressively move up. If I took Almethea, that's a good place for another fort. Well, it's a place for a fort. I don't know about good. But then I'm leaving Shikoku to the elements. I think I should go for it anyway, though. Yeah, I'd like to hold Almethea, and then I have 4 fortifications. That has to be good for the economy, right? And I really ensnare the thrones. Even if I can't take them right now, they can be taken in the future. It's just, let's face it, I'm not taking any of these in a hurry. The Watchers. The one I have the best shot of taking is Ulm, and even then I'm going to want at least like 120 of my Sacreds with my god to take Ulm. Because those barbarians are quite threatening. Yeah, barbarians are very threatening against an army like mine. But that doesn't change the question. Almethea, yes or no? I think the answer is be aggressive here. I'm going to move you... You can move a long way, can't you? Can you get up to Almethea from there? No. I can do this. Or even better, I can actually start working on this guy. Yeah, I want a few of those for site searching. Costs a lot of money, but that's okay. I will have another batch of these guys ready for next turn. Yeah, just get everybody over there. Oh, curiously, my province defense... Oh... So there's a little tiny problem with my province defense. Just a wee thing to consider. If this little midget dies, all of these mindless units keel over because they don't have a magical commander. And I'm actually unsure if he can handle that alone. I really don't want to dedicate a patrolling army to every single fort, though. Or a patrolling general. I might have to, though. Because, yeah, if that midget dies, that's a big problem. I have to hope that he stays behind and doesn't get shot. Or I dedicate a warlord to everywhere. Could have a magical midget with actual protection patrolling them. That way I get some magical support. Nah, believe that they'll be okay. This game is all about blind belief. Sure, we can believe even more. Right, I want another priest sneaking over to Clamshell. I was meant to put one on Charance, wasn't I? Ah, you're here. Construct a temple, please. Temple there on the capital, and my prophet should stop me being dom killed at the very least. We've learned about the water here. I think it's time to check the underground, unless I'm so curious. Oh, Weinstein actually took and built a fort on Aberdeen. He really does care about the south then, but that's good. If he clashes with Zishai, then you have to believe that's good news for me. There's all the more reason I would like to have scouts around here to see what exactly they're getting up to, but I should really check out the underground. I need to know more about down there. Ackables on Treasure Trove Cove, you're just going to hide and wait there. Tell me if anybody fights there. Der Klein Gaius, you're going to be waiting in Fortuna to see if anybody attacks there. Redbeard and Albion. I continue to get more scouts because I love having information. Dun, 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 dun. As I said, Harlem is already ensnared by me, but I want to see if anybody ever is foolish enough to fight Acre. You know, I want Almethea as a matter of priority. You guys are going to leg it up to Isengard, and then to Almethea on the next turn. Ekepolos, you are going to grab these units and move them up to Isengard and combine them with Shadowcry's main force. And Klonios, you're going to move into the capital to pick up additional units, because I won't have anyone else to ferry units around. Alright, continue holding our breath. Our treasury is okay enough to support another half-decent province defense expansion. I gotta consider, where do I really not want to get punched in? Weinstein is really quite likely to strike out in his cap circle, which makes investing in this all the more foolish because really he will just tear them apart. On the other hand, he's more likely to tear them apart if I don't defend them. So I'm stuck in a loop here, right? Do I invest a bunch of gold in provinces that he just carves through anyway? I think it's good to defend it against the chance that he sends in a crappy small attack that... Yeah, something like that. That seems quite good. Yeah, resist. Resist a little bit. Clearly, tentacle parasites cheated on the driver's license test. Now, these parasites are causing me more problems than I thought. I had this imagination of a nice front line, but like I said, the main weakness they have is that they're very easy to kill, and I didn't address that enough. I gave up on fortitude. I gave up on too many things. I should have seen their weakness for what it is. Ah, good things. Wait, no, not good things. Minus 100% tax in my good revenue province is not what I want to see. And yes, minus 100%. Alright, well, we've finished one of our palisades. I'd like to improve it with all that money that I don't have. Let's do it anyway. The hobbits are going to Isengard. It's not a lot of hobbits, but they'll have to move on out. Remember, these are hobbits. These are tiny little Hoburg creatures. The only reason they stand as tall as you or I is because they're completely enraptured in parasitic vines. I don't even think those are their legs. The hobbit is here. I'm going to have to lean in close for a look. Yeah, that's his head, that's his torso. His little leggies only come down to about here. But the parasites draw his vitality and grow out to hold onto the tree trunk and grow out these spindly little legs. Which is why he counts as a mounted unit, because he's standing on the parasite. But that mounted is working against me. Gives him defense, but stops him from ever going... berserk, which I think I want him to do, but I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, go into Almethea, please. And yeah, just attack the closest as soon as reasonably possible. Gotta hand it Shadowcry surviving that previous attack. Losing you would be losing a lot of output, because you have to wait for the spirit of the prophet to leave this realm, which is, I don't even know how long a wait. Well-organized province defense is going to find M-Power if he just hangs around here. On the other hand, it's quite important to know if and when Weinstein fights Zishai. This is concerning. He's coming all the way south to me. So the whole up-down segment of the map here is just me and him. So if he ever thinks to go north or south, he's going to fight me for it. On the other hand, he's the one that's stretching quite far. So he's very, very vulnerable to attack from anyone else, because any attack slices his nation in two. Which is quite cool, especially if those Nathian elephants, I think they are, sever him at Besaid would be quite cool. But, like I said, concerning for me. No one's in Canada, or... you're going to Canada. I want a use for this guy. I want him to stand here, but he will get caught if I do. Oh, he's built a temple in Besaid. Besaid Temple! 10 years have passed and we finally get a statue for the High Summoner. Right, we've not yet figured out what's happening on that side of Hadrian's Fence. On the way there, I can figure out what goes down here. I think the rifts connect to the underground. I've already organized you for the attack at Almethea, which hopefully goes fine. Heavy infantry and heavy cavalry, not a problem for my units. One would hope. There's not much for you to do here, and we're continuing our recruitment, so you just wait for now. As for you, good job, you built that temple. I want you over in Clamshell Theatre, which is not what I initially read there. Whew. And yeah, then we have temple, 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 fort. Hopefully fort, fort, fort. Good. Be gentle to me. Okay. Not okay. Not okay at all. There was a bump in Almethea with my foe. My foe who specializes in ranged attacks. Not only that, I was the first one there, so I had to deal with both fights. Okay, well, let's see how the first one went. Hopefully not atrocious. In come the heavy cavalry, which we obliterate. And then the heavy infantry, which we do a very good job of dancing around. And then they leg it. So a clean fight. But what exactly followed? This is an expansion party, so it's not nothing. Okay. So I now see how Weinstein was able to expand. Wait, I don't. I thought these were mercenaries. Okay, that's even better news, but the bad news is that they are barbarians. I should be able to repel them, right? Believe in that. Their mauls and their longswords are only length 2, and their skills are quite low. Barbarian strength comes from literally their strength. Mauls hit damn hard. So, Godspeed and don't get flanked. They also have a kind of crummy magic resistance, so I should be able to put them to sleep every now and then. Donk, donk, donk. Yeah, there we go. They break at the slightest sign of resistance. They make excellent shock troops, but we were able to eat the shock. I wonder if I repelled them at all. Yeah, there we go. The barbarians try to attack, but I repel them using my lengthy weapon here, which is wonderful. Any more repelling going on? No, we just murder them. Poison got changed in Dominion 6, by the way. If you poison a unit, it actually lowers their stats. Yeah, there we go. 21% reduced in defense skill courtesy of being poisoned, which is sweet. It was a nice change because previously poison was just something that, you know, you inflicted poison, okay, they might die, but that's in 10 turns from now. And during those 10 turns, they go and ravage your army. So it pays for me. Okay, that was wonderful, right? A bump is not a declaration of war. 2 people arriving in the same province. It might make them pissed as all hell, but not a declaration of war. Clamshell Theatre. Oh my god, could I have a good event, please? Boars, children abducting, famine, plague, tax reduction. How about a nice event that isn't just, you know, 1 death gem? Perhaps I ask for simply too much. Ah, it seems like he's not too content about what I did there. His army of actual serious units are right here. He is building a fortification. I should probably do the same. Begin construction of a palisade. You preach a little bit. Let's invest in fort defense, given how scary a situation this is. And hope that he doesn't come knocking. Since my defense does include these useless ranged units, I should switch up your position to fall back a bit. We don't rout, generally speaking, so it is okay for me to lose 90% of my useless army, and then these guys are still going to fight on, provided Shadowcry is still there. I have seen morale 50 units rout. Don't know how, but they can. Anyway, Red-Bearded waits in Acre. Okay, I'm back, says Rainey. Is Jake going for the Snecko Lords? Snecko Lords? No, we have no death access, so there's no reason to think that we'll be going for Wraith Lords here. This is good. Bandar Log is also underground, so Zishai does not get all this uncontested. They do, however, get all of this first, which is almost as bad. Is this the edge? I'm never very good at telling where the edge of underground provinces are. Because it doesn't give you this black hole kind of effect in the same way. You know, how big is the underground? I can't quite tell. Like, is this the edge of the caverns? I don't know. Maybe if it's got this kind of dusty cloud on the outside, that shows that it's the outer edge. So maybe this really is all of the underground that there is. Guess I'll still have a look around, and can't hurt. Scouts are hardly expensive. Right. We've got a fortification. We have no bleeding money, so I'm afraid I have to do the cheap thing and just preach until we get enough turns to build a temple. Still working on the fortress. Still working on the palisades. Nice job on the preaching still. Might not want to preach in Charance because I'm losing my dominion around here. Cassandra Classic. We still don't know enough about Amity Airfield. Please head in that direction and tell me more, tell me more. And Perdicaz, unfortunately Almethea is just a little bit too far to get in 2 steps. So for now you're going to grab the entire army and move them over. And Klonos will wait to transfer over more units. We did get our high expense recruitment mage. I could not build this guy and get Temple instead. Temple's 600 or 400. He rolled the extra in Earth. It's a 1 in 4 what he gets the extra on Earth, Nature, or Glamour. And there's also a 1 in 10 that he gets another boost of something. One of those 4. Including the blood, of course. Spell Singer. Right, I think we do get a second one because I do need to go and site search pretty badly. On the plus side, this guy is stealthy, so hopefully he can just keep a low profile. I do not know if you remain stealthy when site searching. I have to hope and pray that you do. So go and check the most likely provinces first. Clock Tower is middling because it's just a plain, but forests are good for magic sites. So please find those magic sites. Stream on a Tuesday. Are you ill? The stream started probably earlier than it should have, but there's Terror tonight. Ugh. And whilst I've not typically been the one streaming Terror, I do plan on streaming this one. What time is it anyway? It's almost 7. Terror starts in like 3 hours. Tough call. Alright, keep it up. Maintain the defense, the preaching, the palisading. I have 2 preachers here, but I have no dominion, so I think it's fine to keep the preaching. Terror? Yeah, Resident Evil Outbreak Terror mod. It's devilish. Okay. Ooh, worldwide event. What could it be? Conjuration, we're very, very, very slowly researching. We witnessed a battle in Canada, and it's the best kind of battle I could have hoped for. I am quite terrified of the elephant people, and I am certainly quite terrified of Weinstein. Weinstein brings in a whole load of javelin-throwing, flail-bearing individuals. But he's also bringing in the Camelback Brigade. At least the camels don't have a ranged attack, but they're pretty tanky with that cataphract barding. Oh, hang on. Cavalry Trident is like 3. I can't repel that. Okay, well, it's a problem, but we have no shortage of problems. I'm interested to know if this was a push or if this was a deliberate attack. Because if it's a deliberate attack, then I know they're at war, but if it's a push, then it's just a happy accident. These are not mercenaries, but they're pirates. If they're mercenaries, they already have experience, but these ones don't, so what, you just found some pirates? I wonder how they got them. Anyway, the pirates don't stand a ghost of a chance against all of these camels. The camels are going to ruin their day. Hoofing them down and skewering them on tridents, it's a total victory for Weinstein. But I'm far more interested in knowing was... Oh, that cannot have been a push. It could. I don't know. The province defense is well organized, so actually I think Weinstein already had that. Weinstein has taken a lot of land here. Scary. And to think I was planning on like sniping him to death on about turn 4 or 5. Glad I didn't do it. I don't think it would have gone my way. Okay, but that means Canada has fallen. Canada has a throne. We don't know what throne. And no, it can't have been a push because if it was, there would have been indies there first and we didn't see an indie fight. Strong and organized. Okay. I'm quite scared of Weinstein now. Okay, keep my units on Water's Edge so I can keep an eye on if he's bringing his army back to my border. I think not all mercs have starting experience. Yeah, we saw the barbarians and we saw the pirates, and they both looked like mercenary outfits. But I've never seen a mercenary not start with experience. Nobody knows everything about Dominions, not even the developers, so forgive me for not having encyclopedic knowledge of what is going on in this game. You know, the chat around here is ever known for their forgiving nature. I'm actually running out of uses for my scouts right now, because even if I place them in nice locations, they will get province defensed out. Something like this concerns me. Seeing Sharor's army at the edge of Castle Shikigami, and in fact, well, they're flying, they could fly over the river anyway. But it does tell me maybe, just maybe, I need to start working on my province defense on my borders. I know it's an upfront investment that doesn't really get any good payoff. But it's nice peace of mind. And I do think that AI is less keen on attacking into chunky province defenses. Because again, they're cheating bastards who see everything. Also, that was not the edge of the underground, so actually it's a bigger fight between Bandar Log and Zishai than I thought. Zishai. Zishai's units do not have underground vision. They don't even have partial dark vision. So they're going to take, I think, a -6 to attack and defense underground. And the other ones are Bandar Log, who I'm pretty sure also don't have good vision underground. No, but Bandar Log could raise undead monkeys, which is like the coolest thing about Lanka Bandar Log. Undead primates that drink blood to the point of becoming demonic. Oh, I love Lanka. It's probably my favorite vanilla nation is Lanka. Such good theming. Also, the AIs are increasingly apprehensive about me, which is, well, maybe it's seen as a good thing, right? They see me as a threat. Good to know I'm strong enough to be threatening, because I certainly don't feel like it. Let's site search around here in the clock tower. Isn't province defense useless against flyers? No. The flyers still have to land somewhere at the end of their turn, so whether it's Castle Shikigami or Albion or El Salvador, they still land and engage with the province defense unless they are stealthy. If they're stealthy, they can land and choose not to engage, and then it's up to their stealth versus the patrolling strength of the province defense, whether or not they get found and attacked. My province defense has pretty garbage patrol strength, because these guys, for some reason, just patrol strength of virtually nothing. Pathetic. In Dom 5, they just kill commanders, because PD... Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, flyers can absolutely just murder your province defense by jumping to the back row and killing them. On the plus side, though, see all these guys, they are going to stay in place and shoot. So they should keep the commander safe. Should. They might not. Moose don't patrol unless there's birch bark nearby. Classic. Okay. We've got the setup going. We've been in this for almost a couple of years. I'm going to call it here, because it's probably going to be a very late night of streaming, depending on how we do with Terror. I'll be back in approximately 3 hours. Me and the lads are going to run Resident Evil Outbreak Terror mod, File 2, and see... I'm quietly confident we can do a good run of it. But it is a devilishly difficult mod, so, you know. Anyway, let's save that game. And I will return later this evening. Which, of course, means I'm going to be sleeping all day tomorrow, but I have other plans. Anyway, until then, a very brief cheers and cheerio.